Our friends at Buzz, the app that makes you safe this holiday season. Don't drink or drive. Remember, Buzz can bring the party to you.
Yeah, a lot of Christmas parties starting tonight, and they'll be going through the holidays. And if you run out of supplies, our friends at Buzz, they can hook you up. Fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience store. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama, first of its kind experience. Found on your app store, Buzzed, B-U-Z-D. Use that code NEXTROUND, 15% off your first order. They've got cannabis, including the Delta 8, all types of alcohol, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get Buzzed, B-U-Z-D.
We will not get into the details of the story, but Jalen Kitna has been removed from the Florida Gator football team for his legal run-in right now. So Kitna is off of that team. Interesting to keep an eye on what Trent Dilfer does in building his staff as we watch Hugh Freeze build his staff at Auburn. Trent Dilfer building his staff at UAB will be equally as fascinating on who his NFL ties bring in as coordinators and stuff. So that'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, because I think most college coaches probably have an idea, if I ever get that job, I'm hiring this guy, this guy, this guy. I don't know that he's ever thought in those terms.
Well, I would imagine it'd be a lot of NFL flavor, some former NFL players that are with Trent on that UAB staff. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, and don't forget, you're not replacing a staff that failed. So keeping some of those guys around is probably not the worst idea in the world.
Yeah, and I wonder what the future for Coach Vincent is. You know, he was so good to us this year and so much fun to interview.
Yeah.
Well, real quickly, around the championship games real quick, fast reaction to what's going on. First tonight, Utah and USC. You don't have to give us plays against the spread. Just tell me who wins these games outright. Utah, USC, Fox, 7 o'clock.
Well, you know, I've said all year that Utah's the best team in the Pac-12. They are banged up. They've already beaten USC, but USC's playing with a ton of confidence. I've got a bad feeling Utah wins this game.
Yeah, I'm going to go USC.
Yeah, I like USC in this game as well. Also tonight, UTSA in North Texas.
I like UTSA a lot.
UTSA at home, yeah, tough place to play.
50,000 expected in the Alamo Dome. Kansas State, TCU, and Jerry's World tomorrow, 11 a.m.
Will Howard stays healthy. Deuce Vaughn has a huge game. I like K-State.
I'm with Lance on that one. Keep picking against them.
TCU finishes the deal. LSU, Georgia. We all like Georgia. 3 o'clock CBS. Clemson, North Carolina, 7 o'clock ABC.
Clemson.
I got a feeling Drake made them get it back right.
They have not been right in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, Purdue and Michigan, it's all Michigan, right? 7 o'clock Fox?
Probably all Michigan, yeah.
Tough news for Blake Corum there, the great running back for the Michigan Wolverines. His knee injuries costing him the rest of the year, will not be part of the playoff run, having surgery for Michigan. Thanks to everybody who's been part of the show today, including Coach Andy Kennedy, Tyler Watts, and everyone else. Rockstar Wonderful in the Playhouse. Sterling, thank you for writing the lyrics. We're back with you 9 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning with our pregame show. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
I should have known there was someone else. Down below, I always kept it to myself. I believe in nothing but the pain, and I can't see this turning out right. I'll be sleeping by myself tonight. I could never go with no one else. The hurt don't show, but who knows? Time might tell. I believe in nothing but the pain, and I can't see you out of my mind. I'll be sleeping by myself tonight. Forever be sad and lonely, forever be never the same. I close my eyes, wait for the sign. Am I just waiting in vain? I believe in love and disaster. Sometimes the two are just the same. I'm beginning to see what's left of me will have to leave just to survive. I'll be sleeping by myself. Oh, I'll be sleeping by myself. I'll be sleeping by myself tonight.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Auburn, Alabama, and UAB basketball, they stay hot. We'll get to that eventually. Wild day in the NFL. If you just go look at the NFC West quarterbacks, you'll have a nice laugh at where Kyler Murray is in the standings and who else is quarterbacking those teams. That all coming up on the show, but of course we start with college football, and the Final Four is set, the 4 teams that are in the college football playoff, and there is no Clemson and no Alabama. The 4 that are set are the 4 that we were expecting to be set on Saturday after the conclusion of the Kansas State game. Welcome in to the next round. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar and Forrester Lunsford out today. Taylor Korn getting all your reaction today in Mission Control on our social media platform. You can jump in there right now at Next Round Live. Like, subscribe, and give us a thumbs up wherever you're watching. I said this in our post-game show. If you did not watch us on Saturday on our video platforms, I'll repeat it here. Alabama's chances to make the college football playoffs ended on the muff punt by Kansas State. That was the last chance for Alabama, was Kansas State running them out of the building. And it didn't happen after that muff punt.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it was 21-10. They had all the momentum in the world, and then they muffed the punt. And they would have had the ball around their own 40. I believe that they were going to end up winning this game 35-10-like. And I think 35-10 puts them out. But, you know, with the way they played down the stretch, coming back, taking that game to overtime, I mean, the committee got it right. TCU deserved to be in.
I agree.
I mean, I don't know.
But deserve is a crazy.
Deserve is a weird word.
Yeah, I don't know about deserve. Deserve's a crazy word.
I would argue the only 2 teams that truly 100% deserve to be in are Georgia and Michigan. Then you got to find 2 more. Ohio State doesn't deserve to be in. Alabama doesn't deserve to be in. I don't know that TCU deserves to be in, but you or I guess I should say, absolutely deserves to be in.
I don't know if deserves the right word either. You know, because
that's what's so complicated about this.
Here's the 2 things. Yeah, deserving and best teams. The 4 best teams aren't in this thing. Alabama beats TCU going away.
That is right. I agree 100%. This we agree on.
Yes.
Yeah. As somebody wrote, it may have been it's David Ubben of The Athletic. I remember now. He says if you poll Kirby Smart and Jim Harbaugh 100 times, who do you want to play, TCU or Alabama? 99.5, they would choose TCU. He said, I don't go 100 just in case they misheard the question. I leave a half out there just in case somebody misheard the question. They would take TCU over playing Alabama 99.5 out of 100 times, David Ubben.
I really believe that if 2014 didn't happen, where TCU, by the way, they were number 3, they win the game by 50 points, and they dropped to number 5. Now they lose a game at number 3. They don't move, which makes 0 sense to me. Again, I think they should be 4. I think you're punishing Michigan there, but you're really punishing Georgia, who's been the best team the entire year. Now they've got to play Ohio State.
Not unprecedented, though, because Alabama, when they snuck in 2017, played Clemson. Was that 2017? Is that correct? Yeah, 2017. Alabama, Clemson's number 1, and they got an Alabama team that snuck in, which was the better roster, ended up being the national champions. And Clemson was the number 1 seed in that thing. So this has happened before, the number 1 seed having a tougher game than the 2 seed does.
I mean, Michigan loves this, though.
But did you? I mean, I know what you're saying about TCU not dropping. Do you think Ohio State deserved to be in front of TCU?
Not necessarily.
So, I mean,
I thought they would manipulate it a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to be surprised at all if would you guys be shocked if Georgia gets upset and we have a Ohio State Michigan?
I would be surprised by that, yes.
I would be surprised because I think Georgia's the most complete team. I think the television people would eat that up.
Ohio State, Michigan?
I think they would eat that up.
I think Ohio State played one really good team this year and got the doors blown off. Why do I think they're going to beat Georgia?
Yeah.
I
agree with that.
It was kind of a weird situation, though. I mean, this has been such a strange season. But again, Ohio State, that's a 1-possession game with like 8 minutes to go, and then the bottom completely falls out.
That's right. The score not indicative of how close that game was in the fourth quarter. But for the 9th straight year, all of the college football playoffs, the BCS rankings and the College Football Playoff Committee have the same 4 teams. Now, they, as I tweeted out last night, the humans jockey it around so that we don't get an Ohio State and Michigan rematch in the semifinals. But if you look at the BCS rankings, simulate those out as the BCS would be today, it is those 4 teams. Alabama's 5th in the BCS, in the computers, they would be 5th. And there's a pretty large gap. In fact, Ohio State at number 3 is closer to Michigan, who beat them, than Alabama is to TCU on being in there. So there's a little bit of a gap between TCU and Alabama on the resume just by the computers. But looking at the BCS rankings, here they are: Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, TCU, and then Alabama is right there. So sort of the same gap between Ohio State and Michigan as you have between Alabama and TCU. So relatively speaking, not that close of Alabama being in over TCU.
Yeah, I mean, if it was the BCS, I don't know how close it was in that room of Ohio State being 3rd, TCU being 4th, but it doesn't appear in that room Alabama was particularly close to getting in this thing because, as Lance mentioned, TCU didn't even drop it. They weren't debating TCU or Alabama. It appeared their debate was, do we drop Ohio State or TCU below Ohio State?
Yeah.
I don't even think Alabama was that big of a factor. I agree with you. Once that punt was muffed.
Yeah, once they went and run out of once it was a close game, then Alabama's chances ended there.
Yeah.
And ultimately the debate ended up being Ohio State or Alabama.
Yeah, it did. Look, I agree. The muff punt, there was 10:20 to go in the third quarter. TCU had just gotten sacked. It was 4th and 16. They punted away. You get the muff punt. They go right down and score, make it 21-17.
Yeah, but I think you say the debate was Alabama-Ohio State. I guess that debate was settled last week, though, right? I mean, once you put Ohio State in front of Alabama and neither one of them play a game.
Yeah, it's hard to flip.
Yeah, what are you going to do to flip those two?
Now,
unless Michigan loses to Purdue, then maybe you can make an argument, okay, well, then that's less of a win. I don't know.
But did Boo Corrigan not say after the show last week, hey, 5 and 6 can flip?
He did. He did say that. It just didn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, how can they flip if they're literally not playing a game? I mean,
if we want them to flip.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you got to keep it alive just in case there was something that meant you had to flip them. But if the debate was down to Alabama, Ohio State, they had already settled that debate earlier.
The 2 biggest plays over the weekend were the muff punt, and then Friday night, Caleb Williams, a 59-yard run in the first quarter when he pops the hamstring.
Yeah, a severe hamstring injury, likely going to keep him out of a bowl game, by the way.
It's still amazing that he was able to play the final 3 quarters and play at the level he did. Now, the mobility wasn't there, but still made some plays.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a really underwhelming Heisman ceremony, but I think he probably locked it down.
He's 1-20 right now.
Yeah, I mean, over. I think it's Caleb Williams too, but Duggan will be there, and that'll be the closest one. I think, in my opinion, he'll be second.
I will tell you what was the most difficult. I did the ballot last night. The most difficult was putting 3rd on there.
Oh, yeah?
Because there's really nobody even deserving of 3rd place.
Yeah,
truthfully, it's probably Bryce Young.
I mean, when you're talking about most valuable player for their team, again, if Bryce didn't play for Alabama this year, I don't know what they end up.
A lot to get to, bowls and reaction to the playoffs and all that. We'll do that throughout the show. Some other developing stories you want to get to in the first segment here, being brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's. That silver box is so special during the holiday season, perfect during the Christmas year. Or if you're popping the question, Bromberg's always the place to go for over close to 200 years.
Yeah, since 1836, Dunaway, you're right. They've established themselves as not only fine purveyors of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today this holiday season. Again, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from the diamond specialist. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online right now, brombergs.com.
Can I attempt to answer a question in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I attempt this?
This is a new look, by the way.
Yeah, the other one was having a...
We're down on the other one, so
Yeah.
I did
I like this.
pull up the video.
Ruffum says, how can you not drop from losing a game? The committee talks out of both sides of their mouth. All right, I'm going to try to explain this. Tell me if I'm wrong.
No, I think it's pretty easy to not to explain.
Okay,
but
you go ahead then.
No, it doesn't make sense. I mean, it makes perfect sense to me, but go ahead.
So each ranking has a life of its own.
Right.
Right? So just because you were here in this ranking doesn't mean you're going to be there in the next ranking. And the last ranking is the only one that matters.
That's right.
Like they could do 10 of them. The last one's the only one that matters. So the last one has all the data in it. So then they account for all the data. Yeah. So there's no rule that says you have to drop if you lose. Now, I know that's the way we're geared because that's the way the polls work. And that's the way, every other week the rankings work. A team loses, they drop. Now, sometimes that doesn't happen. Sometimes you've made this point before. Let's say Georgia's number 1 and Kentucky's number 8, and they go lose in overtime. There's a chance Kentucky might actually move up.
Yeah, may actually move up.
Yeah.
It's like this, Brown. Here's a this is what they start with each week in the College Football Playoff Committee. It's a blank sheet, and you start over and you evaluate the teams in those. I think it's pods of 4 all the way down the rankings, and they start each week. So when you factor in 13 games, 13 data points, Georgia, Michigan, and TCU are still 1, 2, and 3. Even no matter what happened on the field, they're still, because of what happened in week 6 and week 8 and week 10 and week 13, they're still rated higher than who was number 4 and who was number 5. That doesn't bother me at all that they lost and stayed at number 3.
Who do you guys think is the better team, though, Ohio State or Alabama? That's tough for me.
That's tough. I think in a neutral side, I don't know. It's a tough game. I think both of them are better than TCU, though.
This Alabama team, I think, I don't have any confidence in them beating Ohio State.
I think it'd be a great game.
Well, Bryce Young would have probably a pretty good field day against Ohio State's defense.
I would agree.
Yeah.
And then I think Stroud probably has
a pretty good field day against Alabama.
Yeah, I think Alabama would be a 3-point favorite.
Yeah.
I don't know which way I would lean.
I'm afraid Marvin Harrison Jr. would say, Jalen Hyatt, here, hold my beer, watch what I can do.
Yeah, I think it'd be a very high-scoring game. I don't know who would win it. I do have confidence both of them will beat TCU in a single game. Neutral side.
How good would rankings be, or ratings, if you had Georgia versus Alabama and Michigan versus Ohio State? TV ratings be that much better?
Some people argue that the new blood's going to make the ratings better, that TCU's the little engine that more people would want to watch that. I'm not that person. I'm going to watch it regardless, so I'm going to watch it because it's the semifinals of the college football playoffs.
I'm the wrong one to ask.
That's right.
But you don't give them any shot, do you?
TCU, I do not, but I didn't give them a shot this past weekend. I didn't give them a shot.
Well, they lost.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I never have bought into this TCU team, and they keep, proving a lot of people wrong. More on the college football playoff as we continue on, but a couple of other things we want to get to. One of them is it's National Portal Day. The NFL does such a great job of segmenting out things like the draft comes at a certain point, the combine's at a certain point, free agency's at a certain point.
Year-round business.
And it's all built into its own window to where you don't have any overlap. College football without a commissioner and with so many teams and stuff, they've got this screwed up a little bit. There's no way today should be National Portal Day. This should be the window where you're talking about the playoffs and the bowls, and the portal should come at another window. But this is a huge day because officially, I think the portal opens at 12 noon officially, maybe 12 noon Eastern. But it's already flooding in with people, and these are some names. It's a quarterback world, right? Portal. They get the most attention, the quarterbacks, but there'll be a lot of players that will go in, a tremendous number of players. Last check, Alabama has 9 players in there, including a starting offensive lineman and Javion Cohen. Javion Cohen, who's got 2 years left to play and has started 25 games for Alabama. He's in the portal. They got 9 players in the portal right now. I think last year it got as high as 18 portal players from Alabama. So this isn't new for Alabama to have this many players in the portal. But the quarterbacks that are in there, Brownie, becomes very interesting. DJ Uiagalelei. Mike Farrell of Rivals thinks he is headed to UCLA.
Oof, that's a drop-off from DTR. Boy, if I'm UCLA,
a big drop-off.
I mean, I hope Chip Kelly can get something out of the guy. He's back home, but, man, that is a drop-off from DTR.
Well, DTR still got another year unless he's going pro.
That could be, it's not official, but that's somebody who's showing interest in DJU.
Well, you're about to say a name that is going to be a slam dunk to me.
Brendan Armstrong.
That's not it.
Former Virginia, who you were high on going into the year.
Yeah, but bad year.
Mike Farrell, Rivals, thinks Notre Dame is very interested in him.
Okay, that's a good fit. Now that Drew Pine's leaving, I think Brendan Armstrong. We saw what he was capable of under Bronco Mendenhall in 2021. really regressed this year under Tony Elliott in year one at Virginia. I don't know what was going on there. I still think he's got a lot of talent.
Drew Pine of Notre Dame is in the portal as well. Hudson Card is in the portal from Texas, the guy who came in and almost beat Alabama. And
I just assume he'll be at SMU.
You would assume that. Mike Farrell says there could be interest from programs as high up as Alabama, Georgia for Hudson Card.
Well, that would be typical Georgia, right?
You fit right in, right?
Yeah. We'll go from a Stetson to a Hudson.
That's a guy that sounds like you could play in the club championship. That's only guy Kirby will play at quarterback.
Graham Mertz, Haynes King, Nick Evers, one-time big recruit from Oklahoma's in the portal. And then early today, NC State's Devin Leary into the transfer portal. That guy's interesting.
Look, this was your ACC Player of the Year last year, and didn't have a good season this year. Obviously, got ended by injury. Was just playing okay football, but last year he was outstanding. He's got 2 more years left of eligibility, and I think you put him in the right system. I think Devin Leary could be fantastic. I mean, just going back to last year, 35 touchdowns, only 5 interceptions, completing 66% of his passes. Kid can play, and he's got a ton of experience.
So I don't know if Hugh Freeze in Auburn's looking for a quarterback. I don't know if Alabama's looking for another quarterback. I don't who is out there looking for quarterbacks, but there will be some skill, some talent, and for a moment, Caleb Williams was a portal guy, and he was on his way to the playoffs. You've got some guys who've had success being portal quarterbacks in their first year. Something to keep an eye on with the portal opening up today.
Yeah, and just real quick on the dates, I get what you're saying, but this is the most sensible date to do it because the conference championship games are over, the college football playoff field has been set, and most schools are wrapping up their semesters right now. So this gives a kid an opportunity to finish up his academic career wherever he was and have as much time as he can to get into another place before that next school year
There
starts.
is an end of the portal, which is January 18th, I believe, is the window that closes.
Let me make one final point on Devin Leary. I believe going into next year, he could be the best quarterback in the SEC if he was to transfer to an SEC school.
All right. We'll see where Devin Leary ends up.
When you start to look at all the guys that are leaving.
And we'll try to keep you updated on any new names that go in the portal throughout. One other big story to get to. After LT tells you about Dr. B, the guy who's getting his hair looking fantastic. No hat today, so you can see it all on this beautiful Monday.
Yeah, look, I did my treatment again from the couch, non-invasive treatment, what I'm working on right now. Had that second hair analysis done just a couple of months ago at Dr. B's office, got the results back. Hair's already 14% thicker. Still pretty early in the treatment, just started that second phase. Already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered that use of neograft hair restoration in Alabama. Remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. T3hair.net. T3hair.net. Check out more on that. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. Tell him the next round sent you. You can also go online for more information, T3hair.net.
Rockstar, give me cut number 10. Very few people are going to line up and take a shot at Deion Sanders. And I'm not saying Deion Sanders is not going to be successful at Colorado. It's a tough job. It is tough. Tough job. But there were a lot of people that wanted him at Auburn. And if you watch the video, and Deion Sanders and his team do a wonderful job of documenting everything inside of Jackson State's program, very open. And then we got to see, thanks to Well-Off Media, Deion and his people putting out his speech, his first meeting with the Colorado team, and it was eye-opening. And I just thought to myself, if he was telling the Auburn roster, if you want to hit the portal, as many of you want to hit the portal, go ahead and hit the portal. I don't know how Auburn fans would have reacted to some of the stuff, that 15-minute meeting, that video Well-Off Media put up of Deion Sanders meeting Colorado. Here's one clip from that is just eye-opening. Imagine you're the Colorado student athlete and you're meeting your new coach for the first time and he tells you this.
We got a few positions already taken care of because I'm bringing my luggage with me. And it's Louis. Okay. It ain't gonna be no more of the mess that these wonderful fans, the student body, and some of your parents have put up with for probably 2 decades now. I'm coming. And when I get here, it's gonna be changed. So I want y'all to get ready to go ahead and jump in that portal and do whatever you're gonna get. Because the more you jump in, the more room you make. Because we bring kids that are smart, say that, smart, tough, fast, disciplined, with character. One more time. Smart, tough, fast, disciplined, with character. That's the ones we're going to get. Is that you?
Yeah, so he's telling them
that is cringeworthy, though. And
hey,
I love Deion.
Go to the portal, man. And he said at one point, creates more space for the people I'm going to bring in. Now, it's hard to watch. But if you've seen Colorado football recently, he's not wrong.
I get that, but at least I give these guys an opportunity. I just don't think it's fair that he rolls in, and he didn't give them an option. He basically said, go to the portal. So, I think Deion needs to evaluate some film, take a look at these guys, interview some of these guys, instead of coming in and just telling them, en masse, hey, you're out.
By the way, he introduced his quarterback.
Who was it, Jim? Does he know the guy?
I thought that was better. That was vintage Deion. I enjoyed watching him behind the podium. I didn't like that part of Deion right there.
Cut number 9, Rockstar. Deion Sanders meeting the Colorado players for the first time, and meeting the media. Jim Harbaugh's team is unbeaten number 2 in the country. They had a quarterback battle into week 3 of the season this year. There will be no quarterback battle at Colorado. Here's Deion Sanders.
Where's Shador? Shador? And this is your quarterback, all right? He's gonna have to earn it, don't believe that. He's gonna have to earn it. Yeah, the quarterback's gonna have to earn it. The safety made me mad, so I didn't bring him. His brother. He's in my doghouse right now.
I will point out, Dunaway, how many teams are in the Pac-12? It's right there in the title.
Yeah, 12.
J.T. Shrout was 11th in the conference, 135 passing yards a game.
Yeah, your point is...
I'm okay with introducing your new quarterback. Yes, that's my point.
Your point is that quarterback room, he walked in.
Yeah.
Before he even got in the room, he's already QB1.
Now, I could look at the stats and tell you he's QB1.
I'm just saying, it's unconventional. Most
It
coaches
is. There's no doubt.
like, hey,
Yep.
we're going to have an open quarterback competition. My son's going to be in it, but it's going to be an open quarterback competition. It was a different day.
Yeah, look, I think Hugh Freeze is a great fit for Auburn, but I would have loved to have seen this in the SEC. I would have loved to have seen this in our state because it's never going to be boring.
It's not going to be boring. And if Colorado's got to change the way they're doing things to try to be relevant. We'll see what Deion Sanders is able to do. He's got a Power 5 opportunity. Would it have been quicker at Cincinnati? I don't know if he was offered that. That went to Scott Satterfield today. I feel like that would have been instant success for Deion Sanders at Cincinnati.
What a terrible hire.
But here we go with Colorado. We'll talk about Satterfield and everything else going on in the sports world. Best and worst of the weekend is coming up next. Part of our show is being brought to you by our friends at the Pan Store. Great Christmas gifts right here. Think about this. How many of you are football fans out there or basketball fans out there? Alabama, Auburn, UAB gear. You get it at the Pan Store. 7 great locations. Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and Auburn. Go online. Check out everything they have to offer. Panstore.com. Panstore.com. All the game day hats, Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. Here's a life hack for you right here. If you've got a sports fan who loves college sports in your life, easy Christmas gift right here, especially for the female fan in your life. It's the Pan Store. Panstore.com. Panstore.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. you'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Dr. Pepper continued our drive all the way to the SEC championship game in Atlanta, Georgia. And our friends at Dr. Pepper, we appreciate them year-round supporting the show and the Southeastern Conference. Georgia wins the SEC championship, their first since 2017. They are unbeaten. They are number one going into the college football playoffs. And Kirby Smart, after the game, had this to say in our Dr. Pepper SEC championship sound of the day.
The physicality at our place comes out every day in practice, and the thing I'll never shy away from or tell people is that physical wins in our league. You see, our league's different. Our league's tough. Our league's hard. Week in and week out, it's extremely physical. There was more depth in our league this year than I ever remember. I mean, top to bottom. You look at what Vanderbilt's able to do, what South Carolina's able to do, what Mississippi State's able to do. Everybody is really physical. So you've got to set yourself apart, and you've got to have a culture, and you got to build your culture around guys who think toughness matters. Because if toughness doesn't matter, you got no chance in this league. You win on the road with toughness, and I thought we won tonight with some toughness.
Yeah, 100% agree with what Kirby was saying there.
They are what Alabama used to be. This was what Alabama was a couple years ago. Georgia has become that you're watching that game. LSU's got life early. They drive down. They got to settle for 3. They get it blocked. Heads up play by Georgia. Pick it up. Run it back. Game over. I mean, you're watching that game, and you're like, that was LSU's chance at winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, if you would have told me going in, LSU scores 30, and I know some of that was garbage, but I would have said, hell, damn, they got a shot.
Yeah, you didn't know they were going to lose by 20.
No, but I will say Nussmeier, man, throws a pretty good deep ball.
He does. I mean, you got something there, I think. But it's Georgia has become the dominant team Alabama once was. And I mean, I remember watching games like that with Alabama in them, and thinking, well, that was so and so's chance. You know, they had a chance to get points early. Alabama blocked it, returned it for a touchdown. Game over. And you knew that game was over when it was right there. And look, I know LSU came back and scored.
Right.
But I never once thought LSU was in that game.
But they do things. They run the football. I mean, you can't look at a Georgia game where they don't outrush their opponent by, it seems like, 150, 200 yards every game. They turn you over 3 times for LSU on Saturday, and they get to the quarterback, 4 sacks. I mean, these are things that Alabama used to do that you just didn't see this year.
Yeah, I mean, it was in the opening news conference for Nick Saban when he was introduced in Tuscaloosa. We want to make teams when they're through playing us, not wanting to play us again. They don't want to play us because we're going to be so physical. Basically, he's paraphrasing what he was saying, and that is what Georgia is now. Georgia wins the SEC. They're the number 1 seed. They get Ohio State in Atlanta, where if you look at the opening line, the betting line there, Georgia minus 6.5 is where it is today. Michigan gets TCU out at the Fiesta Bowl. Minus 9.5 is where that is today. The line surprises you at all?
I think those numbers are perfect right now. You know, for Ohio State to be under a touchdown, I mean, they've got a shot here. They really do. I mean, if Ohio State plays good, clean football and they get healthy, which they haven't been healthy the entire year, and with this time off, maybe they do get healthy now.
And Alabama's reputation of playing non-playoff games, bowl season, shows up in the betting line. Also, not knowing who's going to play the portal. If you were betting, I would not expect Bryce Young or Will Anderson to play in this game. I don't know if they end up playing or not. But Alabama's only a 4.5-point favorite today against Kansas State in the Sugar Bowl.
Well, you know, I mean, if Alabama, even if, let's say, Milroe was your starting quarterback, if Alabama really came out focused and wanted to win this game, I think they beat Kansas State going away. You just don't know where they're going to be. Kansas State is going to 100% be all in this game.
It's their Super Bowl. I mean, they just won the Big 12. They're excited to be here. Alabama has set the standard where, like it or not, I mean, I think if you're a player at Alabama, I would hope you could get up to playing a game. But Alabama's standard, this is a disappointment.
Yeah.
It's a disappointment to be in the Sugar Bowl when you play to the standard Alabama, which is the best, over the last decade, the unquestioned best program in college football. You're in the Sugar Bowl being a disappointment. And Kansas State being in the Sugar Bowl, if you had told their players that day one a fall count, they would have celebrated.
Yeah, and Big 12 champions. And back to your point, though, the reason that thing is 4.5 is because they are not expecting Bryce to play. It's much like USC's only a 1-point favorite over Tulane because Caleb Williams didn't play it.
Yeah, and he's got a major hamstring injury. We will see about healthy opt-outs for Alabama. Rockstar cut number 3, Nick Saban yesterday after making the media rounds on Saturday. With the reality afterwards, doing his Zoom and talking about the bowl game for Alabama, was asked about the depth. Any opt-outs, anything? What did he know at the time? Here's Nick Saban.
So where do you see the depth of your roster and some of the numbers of your roster going into this game?
Well, I think, we're going to coach the players that are there. We're going to try to coach them to do the best possible job that they can. We certainly have a great amount of appreciation and respect for the guys who are going to finish the season with the team, and we're going to do the best job that we can to help those guys, put those guys in a position where they have a chance to be successful. There'll be some opportunity for some new guys, no question, but we're looking forward to the challenge.
Yeah, that's Nick Saban yesterday on the post-announcement Zoom call.
Can I just say that, and I don't know how this game will go. Bowl games are impossible to predict, but I kind of like Bryce Young is maybe the best player ever to play football at Alabama. This is zero reflection on Bryce Young. I might like Alabama a little bit better in this game if it's Jalen Milroe, not Bryce Young, and here's why. I think Jalen Milroe playing forces you into more of a run game, which is less Bryce Young having to play hero ball and throw it to those subpar receivers, some of whom, by the way, have already checked out into the portal, or at least will today, he said. And this puts you back in a run situation where you line up, you run the ball, you got a quarterback that's probably hungry and not worried about getting hurt and having an injury that's going to cost him NFL money. I might actually like Alabama's odds in this game a little better, as crazy as it sounds, with Milroe starting.
Yeah. What game would this be for Milroe?
What do you mean?
Well, so Mikey Keene this past weekend, I don't know if you saw this with UCF, but he told Malzahn and staff after playing last week, I'm not playing in the championship game if something happens. Right. Because I'm not giving up I've already played in 4 games. I'm not giving up a year of eligibility. And as Milroe,
and he hit the portal today, by the way, Keene did.
Has Milroe played in more than 4 games?
I don't think it matters. Didn't he redshirt already?
Okay,
I think he's already redshirted.
But anyway, he's been in 7 games, so it's irrelevant there. Now, Missouri has appealed to the NCAA, which I really think this ought to be the way it is. Missouri has officially filed an appeal that this game not count against redshirts.
Right.
Now, they say, we know we're going to be told no, but we're at least trying to do something.
Yeah. By the way, 11 a.m. Central kick in New Orleans. Local time, our time, New Orleans, 11 a.m. Sugar Bowl kick.
There'll be some empty seats because people won't make that game.
It will be a lot of empty seats.
Yeah.
Like if I said over 65% full.
No, I think it'll be 75%, and I think it's going to be 50-50 on the crowd.
What's that joint hold, 72,000?
Probably.
Trust me, we could tarp the end zones for this game.
Yeah, I think you're overselling.
Upper deck end zones, we could tarp it.
Kansas State travels well, and they'll be there.
Again, this is this is one of the biggest games they've played.
Yeah, 11 a.m. For Alabama. That's December 31st, right? Leads into the playoff games.
Yeah.
That's a fun day of football.
Yeah, absolutely. Fun day of football. Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. We'll get to that right now and then tell you about our friends at Slice in a little bit. But our friends at Hemphill, if it's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, they will take care of you.
They sure will. Look, disaster can strike at any moment. It's happened to almost all of us within this past year. The first call we made was to Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill Services, the only ones that we trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call them now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
So let's get into the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Let us know your best and your worst of the weekend. For me, my best of the weekend was Max Duggan. It wrecked Alabama's chances of making the college football playoffs because they didn't get blown out because of his effort. I don't want to overplay this, but that was one of the gutsiest college football fourth quarters I've seen from a guy who looked to be running on empty.
The drive he led to force overtime was incredible. And then, after he scored that touchdown,
he could barely breathe.
And they were like, even Herbstreit was like, give my man some oxygen over there. What are they doing? And they were wanting to celebrate with him, and he was having to push his teammates away like, guys, look like he's about to throw up.
Yeah, I'm hyperventilating here. Claustrophobic. Y'all give me some air.
Y'all get back.
The only thing that I saw more beat up than Max Duggan over the weekend is we watched some UFC Saturday night.
Oh, my gosh.
And this guy came out. Well, the kids love watching it. And his tattoo said The Damage. And he was talking so much shit. And he got beat to death. Rockstar, if you can find The Damage and see if you've got – it looked like somebody had –
Be careful on the UFC rights thing here.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Reservoir Dogs. But when Michael Madsen gets a hold of the cop and tortures him, this is what the kid looked like. I cannot believe they didn't stop the fight. But blood was shooting out of his head from everywhere.
Oh my gosh! Well, that's not ideal.
Shooting out?
Yeah, it was crazy. And this terrible tattoo, The Damage.
Yeah.
You got to say there was blood everywhere.
Yeah. So the only thing I had a problem with, if I'm a TCU fan, and do you guys trust the football opinion of J.J. Watt?
Yeah.
Okay. J.J. Watt tweeted right after the play, I do not understand these teams running shotgun on 4th and short. The most difficult play in football for us to stop is a quarterback sneak.
Right.
If J.J. Watt is telling me that, one of the best defenders we've ever seen is telling me the most difficult play to stop is a quarterback sneak, I might listen to that.
Yeah.
And his point is now legally players can push the quarterback. So it's even more difficult to stop.
That's right.
Yeah, you got 4th and goal from the 1. You're in the shotgun. I do not. I mean,
You're talking about in overtime, TCU's chance to win the game in the debate
That's
and everything.
exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, you lock yourself into the postseason, college football playoff, and there you are in the shotgun on 4th. And I'm not even saying you got to run the quarterback sneak, but the defense thinking that that's a possibility changes everything. And I will never understand. I keep saying I'm going to surrender this argument, but I'll never surrender it. I just don't understand why the modern-day college football offensive coordinator is so locked into the shotgun.
Yeah, look, I agree with you on that. I think a Duggan quarterback sneak they probably get. And with that said, that defensive goal line stand was incredible.
It was.
Oh, yeah. Kansas State deserves all the credit.
And everybody was joking on our timeline, our next round live timeline on Twitter, that if Kansas has a Daniel A. Moore, that guy's painting a goal line stand today to win the Big 12 championship for Kansas State. Purple haze or whatever he wanted to call it, they shut it down and got him into the Big 12 championship and raised that trophy. All right, still a lot to get to, including Hugh Freeze continuing to hire and get his staff going. We'll get that. More of your best and worst of the weekend. We want to see your best and worst over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Slice. Slice will in fact, we've got big parties coming up here, and they are catering a lot of our parties with Easy Slice Pizza.
Hey, it's local pizza. It's local ingredients. The Bajaya brothers, they started this incredible concept. The late Jeff Bajaya, Jason, Chris, do such a great job. 3 locations now. The original Lakeview, one right down the road in Vestavia, one in Montevallo now, and soon to be Crestline. Should open before the first of the year. But don't forget about that Monday through Sunday curbside family pack special. It's only $75. You can be a hero tonight. 12 fire-baked wings with your choice of ranch and blue cheese dressing. Half pan of the salad. You can get the Caesar, the House, the Redmont, the spinach, or the wedge. Any 2 pizzas, including the Bajaya special, the spicy Hawaiian, the soul pie that Brown loves. You can get it all in one of those 3 locations of Slice. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
More of the Hemp Hill Best and Worst. We do it every week, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Remember that name right there for everything when it comes to cooling, heating, and plumbing. Ashley writes in, one of our great female listeners, best of the weekend, Cade Klubnik coming in. He looks so good for Clemson. Her worst of the weekend is Dabo Swinney doing it so late. Clemson could easily be in the college football playoffs if he'd made the switch even a week or two earlier.
I mean, look, do you think if Clemson had beaten South Carolina,
they're in?
I think so, and everything else, and they had gone ahead and beaten North Carolina.
Yeah, they would have jumped over all the non-conference champions.
So his stubbornness to not go to Cade Klubnik probably cost them a college football playoff berth. Now, I don't know what they would have done in the playoff, but they would have been in it, I think, if all they had to do was beat South Carolina.
Yeah, and I love watching Will Shipley play. I mean,
he just doesn't get enough touches, though. It doesn't make any sense. It reminds me of, and we were talking about this watching Georgia LSU on Saturday, Brock Bowers, although he was involved in the game plan on Saturday, he doesn't get enough touches for Georgia. Imagine if Brock Bowers played for Alabama. How many touches would that guy get?
You would hope a ton, and Will Shipley as well. That little picture they show when they show his name or his stats at the bottom, he looks like he's, like a 16-year-old, like it's his driver's license picture. And he looks so small and everything. When he's on the field, he's one of the toughest players in college football.
He reminds you of a Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, he's so talented. A couple more quickly before LT tells us about Buzzed. Best of the weekend from Brett out in Las Vegas. He says it's being in Las Vegas. Worst, North Carolina playing like crap with my only bet of the weekend in Las Vegas.
We got a really good game out of the chute on Championship Saturday, and then the rest of the day was a complete dud. A complete dud.
Not good games and nothing on the line.
I know.
Really sucked.
Well, Drake May did not end the season well.
He did not, no.
Paul's best of the weekend, Utah, plus 220 was a bet for him, and Utah won it on Friday night. It's all brought to you by our friends at Buzzed, our show is, and it's the app to have this holiday season.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're having a party, let them bring the party to you when you run out of supplies. The fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first of its kind service. Found on your app store, BUZD. Download it today. Use the code NEXTROUND for 15% off your first order. They've got cannabis, including the Delta 8. alcohol, all types, from great bourbons to really good red wines, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed, B-U-Z-D.
Nick's a big 49ers fan over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. He says the 49ers going for the trifecta next Sunday. That's who the Buccaneers take. Bucks play Saints tonight, a team we struggle to beat. Next week we'll get the 49ers, who I don't think we have a chance against. Hope just Tom Brady survives that game with that pass rush. But he's saying going for the trifecta. They've already beaten the Rams and the Dolphins to finish all three of us out.
To me, one of the most underrated quarterbacks on the planet is Jimmy Garoppolo. I know a lot of people don't respect and understand what he does for the San Francisco offense. I'll give Brock Purdy a lot of credit. When he came in yesterday, made a couple of mistakes, looks a little stiff. You know, I heard somebody talking about this last week, and it was a little prophetic. They said the one team that can ill afford to have that quarterback go down is San Francisco. Because you can't have Mr. Irrelevant in the 262nd pick of this past draft. Now, the good news is you got a great play caller in Kyle Shanahan. You got two of the best playmakers in all of football in McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel. You've got an incredible defense. But I thought they were going to win a Super Bowl this year, and Garoppolo can't catch a break.
Yeah, but Brock Purdy, didn't look too bad, relatively speaking.
But you know it'll catch up.
Absolutely.
You can't do that in the NFL.
Cody's go ahead.
There are some people speculating about them calling Phillip Rivers. I saw our buddy Daniel Jeremiah. He was asked that on Twitter last night. Said I'd do it. San Francisco calling Phillip Rivers. With that defense and all those parts, you don't even have to be great at quarterback.
I agree. You just told me somebody's getting released right now, right?
Baker Mayfield, according to Ian Rappaport, is about to be released by the Carolina Panthers. You'd go pick him up?
I would pick him up before Phillip Rivers, I think.
Just because he's
experienced. He has shown flashes. You surround him with that San Francisco team. All you got to do is tell him, look, you just can't make mistakes.
Cody over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Best of the weekend, undefeated teams getting the opportunity to play for the championship. Worst of the weekend, Alabama trying to talk their way in with 2 losses. Listen, some people taking shots at Nick Saban being out there.
That was weird, though, man.
But you want him fighting for his players, right? Don't you want – they've got to take 4.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with a coach for – his players doing what he has to do to try to get his team in.
Sometimes, though, when you try to make an argument, it shows how weak your argument really is. And I thought that's what happened with Nick Saban in the Fox interview. And I don't think it was going to impact one way or the other.
Well, the committee says they watched it.
Yeah,
and it has zero impact watching them.
I don't think Nick Saban was going to campaign his team in or out. But his two points of emphasis were, number one, Bryce Young's injury, which I just don't see as a factor in this. Bryce Young did not play defensive back. That's what killed you against Tennessee.
And Bryce Young was incredible against Tennessee.
He destroyed Tennessee a game after his injury. So the Bryce Young injury, I think is a non-factor. And then he talked about how much better his team was playing at the end of the year, and it's supposed to be, you would like to reward teams that are playing well at the end of the year. Well, I don't disagree that you are, but an Ole Miss team that finished 8-4, Austin Peay, and a bad Auburn team. So it's kind of a tough argument to make there. So I kind of thought Nick Saban's arguments were weak in the interview.
I agree with you, though, Dunaway. I don't have a problem with you campaigning for
I don't
your team.
either. I just thought it looked weird.
But, it was a strange look for Nick Saban.
For Alabama to have to do it is what looked weird.
Yeah, so much so that J.D. Powers of AL.com did this wonderful cartoon. J.D. Crow, excuse me, did this wonderful cartoon from AL.com, and Forrester has that for us back there. If you'll throw the cartoon up for us, Forrester. There we go. This is what it looks like. We had 2 quality losses, all right? Give us a break. And then the other, Nick Saban says, I don't even know who you are anymore, all right?
It is kind of true, yeah.
You know what's weird is I don't think either one of them really looks like Nick Saban. The one on the right looks more like Nick Saban, though.
Yeah, it is. It was so odd seeing Nick Saban have to do that, have to campaign for his team like that.
Only on this show where we try to draw mascots on the dry erase board every Tuesday for Upset Alert is someone going to take a shot at a professional artist.
I think I've gotten pretty good, actually.
If it was the Louisville Cardinals getting to the playoffs.
Yeah, so easy drawing a cardinal compared to the human form, which I think is the hardest thing to draw.
I do think my Fresno State Bulldog, by the way, they went outright. Yeah. I think that was a pretty good Bulldog this week.
Dogs aren't humans. Part of the show being brought to you by
Have you met Lady Bird?
Yeah, you met Lady Bird.
Yeah.
by our friends at Odie's. Odie's, great place to hang out for lunch or dinner today as well.
She was going to join us for the watch party tonight, by the way. Odie's Tavern, great place to enjoy a lunch or dinner from Rodney Davis. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, every single Wednesday night. Me and Rocky, along with Will Haver, we do Odie's Team Trivia. Come out and join us, mark it down. That's at 8 o'clock. But if you're just looking for a great place for lunch or dinner, again, Birmingham Institution, it's Odie's Tavern. Go see Will Haver and that great staff, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Building.
Keep your best and worst rolling into the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. We'd love to see those as we move. Our first guest is Chris Doering, not coming up to 10:25 today. Some of the best of the weekend coming in there is Samford. The Samford Bulldogs advance to the Final 8. They do it without Michael Hires, their number one quarterback, who has a wrist injury. 48-42 in overtime over Southeast Louisiana. Quincy Crittenden is the quarterback that comes in there. Crittenden comes in and runs it. They walk it off, running into the end zone with a walk-off overtime win. Good win for Samford. Next up, Friday night, 6 o'clock, national TV, ESPN2 at North Dakota State, the Fargo Dome.
Hey, that's where you want to go, man. That's the
right.
stage.
I told Brown this. Brown agrees with me. If I'm in the FCS and I'm in the playoffs, that's like playing Yankee Stadium.
That's right.
I want to go there.
I probably have to beat them at some point.
That's
right.
right.
Let's do it right now.
I'd rather go play them, man. And I want to play them there, too.
That's right. I want to play in the big house.
You know, and
Little house
you
in this
look
case.
at North Dakota State, I mean, what they've been able to create, you know, guys like Trey Lance in the league, Christian Watson, who's got 8 touchdowns over the last 4 weeks. I mean, this is a program that churns out NFL talent.
And they'll be packed and loud. You'll get a big-time atmosphere. 6 o'clock Friday night, ESPN2 for Samford as they go and take on North Dakota State in the Elite Eight.
Guessing that's about a 14-point number. I haven't even looked at it.
I haven't looked at it yet to see what that is. Top of the hour, when we come back, much more of our college football talk. Part of the show being brought to you by Alabama Power as well. Had some storms over the weekend. Alabama Power, happy to keep you connected.
And timely communication, very important in those storms. You can check outage alerts where you receive a text or email notification when you're experiencing a power outage. If you're away from home, could be huge. For more information, visit alabamapower.com/alerts.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the next round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the next round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, let's talk a little bit more football. Hour 2, live edition Monday of the next round. Ghost Energy Drinks brings us part of the show always. Give you a little pep up. LT's drinking right now. Which one? Is that the Sour Patch?
This is the Sour Patch, yes.
Yeah. Wonderful
so,
flavor.
Look, if you like Sour Patch Kids.
Oh, and I do.
And you want a little energy, this is what you want.
Wherever you get your energy drinks, Ghost Energy Drinks, you see the beautiful cans here, all the great flavors, including my favorite right in the middle, citrus, which you can get wherever you get the energy drinks. In your headlines, the BCS and the College Football Playoff Committee with the same 4 teams for the 9th straight year now. Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, TCU, Alabama is the way the BCS ranks it. They flip-flop TCU and Ohio State, so we don't get the Ohio State and Michigan semifinal matchup. Possibility in the national championship. Georgia's a 6.5-point favorite over Ohio State. Michigan is a 9.5-point favorite over TCU. No Alabama, they get left out. They were 5th in the ratings. Here is Ryan Day, whose team did get in, about playing the Georgia Bulldogs, the Ohio State head coach.
You're playing the defending national championships, in their backyard, national champions in their backyard. So, it's going to take everything we have to go on the road to go win this game. And, I just think that we wanted to be in this situation, the CFP, at the end of the year. It took a different road to get here, but we're here. And so now, we've got to just do an unbelievable job this month of preparing and maximizing every day. And that's, in the end, what's going to happen. It's going to be a great matchup. I got so much respect for, what they do in all 3 phases. And so, coaches, players, staff members, we just got to do everything we can to, again, maximize this month and get ready to play a really hard fought game on the 31st. So that's where our focus is going. How we got here at this point, I guess, doesn't really matter. Now that we're here, it's time to go play.
Yeah, 100%. Doesn't matter. He's into the playoffs now. He said something there, Brown, that is very important. He says going on the road. And for the third time this year, Georgia will get to play in Mercedes-Benz Stadium, almost as many home games as they had in Athens this year.
Yeah, I didn't really get, I saw people saying it felt like 85-15, the breakout between Georgia fans and LSU fans Saturday night. The first game of the season against Oregon, it felt like 90-10. Now, Ohio State travels well.
That's right.
I don't know how fired up their fan base is right now coming off that Michigan beatdown, but I guess you've got that second life. Ohio State, I mean, they travel well. I remember Bama, Ohio State in 2014 down at the Sugar was, I mean, normally when Bama is playing a meaningful game at the Sugar Bowl, they're going to have the vast majority of the fans
Felt
there.
50-50 to me.
Yeah, I think
night.
it was like a 50-50 crowd. So
I think this is
it'll be a great atmosphere.
I think it's a rebirth. Look, Ryan Day has got another lease on life, so to speak, with this college football playoff appearance. And I think their fans are 100% rejuvenated and ready to roll on this.
Great atmosphere is what you have.
It does feel different, though. Ryan Day feels different to me now after losing 2 to Jim Harbaugh in Michigan, the way they have lost. And now they sort of, back it up, Terry, into this thing. If they get the way Georgia plays is a lot like the way Michigan plays. If Georgia is more physical to them and pushes them around, Ryan Day, for a guy who's won 90% of his games, it seems like it'll feel weird that maybe he has to rethink the way he does things a little bit.
Well, to me, Ohio State's a better Tennessee, and we saw the problems that Tennessee had with this Georgia team.
That's right. Yeah. And we have seen now twice the problems they have with Michigan's physicality.
Yeah, and I think, here's the thing. Ohio State fans are excited they're in, and they should be. But if they get run off the field against Georgia, it's almost like, boy, I wish we wouldn't have gotten in.
I know.
Because, where are we now as a program? Because I told you after losing to Michigan, talking to an Ohio State fan, they said it's a lukewarm seat going into next year for Ryan Day.
I think that was the feeling.
Which is insane, but
I think that was the feeling a lot of Alabama fans had about this team. There were, I would say, a majority of Alabama fans. On social media, you don't get a fair response, but a majority of Alabama fans who didn't think they deserved to be in this playoffs. And there were some that I've talked to over the last couple of weeks that did not trust this team in the playoffs if they were matched up with a team like Georgia or even a team like Michigan or Ohio State on what could happen with this team in that setting.
Well, trust Alabama in that setting? Yeah, I mean, I think there were a lot of people that didn't. Just this does not feel like a vintage Nick Saban team that you could always trust in this setting, right?
Right.
And, I think I personally believe you'll see Alabama back in that situation again. I don't think Nick Saban's forgotten how to coach football here. I think he'll reevaluate this thing. He'll build back, and he'll be back in that situation again where they'll be in the college football playoff. And I think you'll trust them when they get back in there. I just don't think you trusted this team, and rightfully so. They didn't look like a college. We ignored it, I think, and maybe that's on us or dismissed it or whatever. But really, you can go all the way back to Austin. That was week 2. That was the first time Alabama didn't look like a college football playoff team, and you just dismissed it. Don't know what happened there. Weird situation. But all year long, they never really looked like a vintage Nick Saban Alabama team. Now, I think he'll get it back at some point. They'll be back in the college football playoff, and you'll trust them when they get there. But I think you were right not to trust this Alabama team this year.
Other headlines brought to you by our friends at Floribama, including the additions down at Auburn to Hugh Freeze's coaching staff. Hugh had a moment on College Game Day this weekend, 5 minutes out there in Dallas and Arlington, where Kirk Herbstreit actually said that he thinks there's the potential for Hugh to have a Sonny Dykes-like season next year at Auburn. It will take a roster overhaul, but that is something that can happen now. And Hugh Freeze is out working the streets now. Floribama is a place we'll be this weekend.
Yeah, it's game week for us. It's hard to believe it's been since July, the last time we were down there, and we've been talking about this for a long time. And our friend Steve Powers, part of the Bamley down there, they have set us up. So we're going to be broadcasting live on Friday from 9 to 1 in the main room. We'll be doing a specialty show in the main room from 11:30 to 1 on Saturday, getting ready for Army-Navy. Look, there's a ton of annual events at the Floribama. This is supposed to be one of the best. We're excited about it, from Bulls on the Beach, concerts, fishing rodeos, chili cook-offs, marathons, and much more. Just a great place to be. Incredible food, incredible music. Really looking forward to this weekend. If you have an opportunity to get down to the coast, come join us on Friday or Saturday at the Floribama.
And there's a look at the uniforms. NASA uniforms on the right for Navy, and the tank uniforms that Army will be wearing. Beautiful look there.
Ooh, I like the tank.
Honoring the World War II tanks that stormed the beaches of Europe and then helped win World War II. And the Navy, the NASA look. Go Navy, beat Army. Go Army, beat Navy. All that happening this weekend. We can't wait to be with the veterans down at the Floribama celebrating the Army-Navy game. Live show Friday, 9 to 1, and then especially show Saturday, and we'll give you a lot of content from down at the Floribama.
Is that game in Philly this year?
I do not know. I
can look, but I think it is.
I want a snow game in Philly.
Oh, yeah.
Auburn hires the Ole Miss offensive line coach Jake Thornton, one-time Alabama GA, has been over there the last couple of years making Ole Miss's offensive line one of the better ones in the country. So that's a hire. And it looks like, according to several people on 3 Sports included, reporting that Derek Nix is in line to be the OC at Auburn. From Atala, played at Southern Miss, has been at Ole Miss forever, including back when Hugh Freeze was there. I think he's been at Ole Miss for 18 years.
It's been incredible. It's like staff after staff. He's the guy that obviously knows where the recruiting bodies are buried, right? And staff after staff has said, well, I'm keeping that guy around. I'm keeping that guy around. Well-respected guy in the industry, and Hugh Freeze looks like he's, in a lot of ways, getting the old band back together.
Yeah. I would say that the hiring of Derek Nix, if he is the OC, would put to rest any of the. I think Hugh Freeze then is the play caller at that point.
Yeah,
would that be a fair
agree.
statement?
Yep. Fair statement.
You're saying if
Nix ends up being hired as the OC, it gives me the feeling that Hugh Freeze is going to keep calling plays.
Interesting.
He's gone back and bringing somebody on the staff he's very familiar with.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the way they did it when they were together back in the day.
I mean, he said he's called him since day one. And if I'm an Auburn fan, I that was one of the more puzzling things that Hugh Freeze brought up. If I'm an Auburn fan, that's why we hired you. We hired you because of your play calling. That's keep calling plays, man. That's what I want you to do.
So that's one addition there, and we'll see if Derek Nix becomes official as well. Bama has a lot of people in the portal. Everybody does. The portal continues to churn. Today is the first official day that's out there. Javion Cohen went in yesterday. Becomes official today. 25-game starter on the offensive line. He has 2 years remaining there. Last check, Alabama had 9 in the portal. That number is expected to get as high as 15 to 18 like it was last year. DJ Uiagalelei is in there. So, too, is Devin Leary of NC State. And an interesting addition, Mike Wright of Vandy has gone in the last hour. The quarterback at Vandy sort of helped them get close to bowl eligibility. Had some big wins this year.
Yeah, in the right offense, again, maybe not in a Power 5 offense. I think Mike Wright could be pretty good.
And then there's a receiver from Mississippi State, Rara Thomas, who is from Eufaula, is leaving Mississippi State. And according to reports, interest in Auburn, Georgia, Tennessee, A&M, and Ole Miss from those schools in him coming to their school. So he'll be one of the more sought-after wide receivers. Auburn very much in play there, but Georgia was seen to be maybe the leader.
Yeah, led Mississippi State in receiving, which they spread the ball out a lot. I think he only had like 60 yards a game. That led them in receiving, but 7 touchdowns. And as you said, a guy from this state, so you wonder both schools could use some help at receiver. How many people in this state with his state ties are interested? And if Georgia's interested, obviously they're going to be a huge factor in this thing.
Yeah, and he's a big dude, man. I mean, 6'2", 200 pounds. The guy's got, I think, 3 years of eligibility left.
And then there was a coaching change today. Scott Satterfield is out at Louisville. He has taken the Cincinnati job. Cincinnati's confirmed that now. It is a 6-year contract with Cincinnati, and that leaves open the possibility of Brian Brown, who's well respected on that staff, defensive coordinator, ascending to that position, or maybe Jeff Brom, who we saw at Purdue. His family's a legacy in Louisville. It's his school. People always thought eventually he would coach there. I wonder if this is the time that he leaves Purdue to go to Louisville.
Well, look, it's two things. You were in the Big Ten championship game, but you weren't even close to winning that game, and you end up with 5 losses this year. Do you want to stay around for the money in the Big Ten, or do you want to go back to your alma mater and have a chance maybe to be in the mix in the ACC and ultimately get to a college football playoff? I'm sure they would love to have him. This is a weird hire from Cincinnati because Satterfield – it's a lateral move at best, and it shows you he was getting out in front of the posse.
bad hire. I would go beyond weird hire. I'd say terrible hire.
I mean, 25 and 24 at Louisville.
In a losing record in the ACC, and I'm Cincinnati. I just went to the college football playoff. I'm going to the Big 12, and I'm hiring this guy.
You can get better.
Luke Fickell just took the Wisconsin job. Really, really good coach, and I'm going to Scott Satterfield. If I'm a Cincinnati fan today, and I thought I might have a shot at Deion Sanders, and I just had Luke Fickell, and I end up with Scott freaking Satterfield.
But I'll tell you, if I'm Louisville without a coach right now, although you're looking at Brom, I still reach out to Deion because the athletics director at Colorado said, hey, we're going to pay him. We don't have the money yet, but we're going to find that money.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. I think the question was, how did you come up with the money to pay Deion Sanders? Because they struggle with the athletic finances there.
And I think they're going up $2 million a year in what they're paying their coach.
Yeah,
roughly.
and I think his answer was, we haven't yet, but we're going to find it. Which, if I was Deion Sanders, I'd be like, what?
I did not hear this in the interview process. So you're saying if you're Louisville, you call today and say, well, is that ink dry?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, look, we've got.
Have you signed anything?
We got cash in advance. Cash in advance.
They're offering you $5.5 million a year that they can't even pay. We'll give you $6.5 million, and we've got it in our kitty.
Yeah, cash in advance there. All right, so that's some of your headlines to getting you up to date on everything going on in college football there. We'll jump back into some of the conversation. Our friends at MyBookie, we gave you some betting lines. Alabama only a 4.5-point favorite over Kansas State. Hats off to Troy, who walked away with the Sun Belt Championship, never close. They're now in the rankings. They're in the college football rankings, too, at number 24. They play number 25 UTSA, who won Conference USA. So two top 25 rated conference champions playing each other in a bowl game. And Troy, a 2.5-point favorite in that game. And MyBookie giving you all the lines for all your bowl games.
Don't want to run him off, but he's a Kentucky guy. You wonder if Louisville would look at John Summerall. I mean, it's just 1 year at Troy, but it's been a good year.
The way he handles himself on our show last week, I'm a big fan. And, boy, the way they're playing now, 10 consecutive wins, I mean, they're going to be a tough out.
You can get on board with MyBookie.ag for the bowl season. And they got the biggest online selection of odds, contests, and everything to fill your sports betting needs anytime, anywhere. Bet on the NFL, college, play for a share of big cash prizes, the weekly blackjack tournaments. Sign up at MyBookie.ag. Use the promo code NEXTROUND. On a deposit of $500 or more, you can claim a bonus of up to $200. That's with promo code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, promo code NEXTROUND. Brand new cash deposit bonus, looking for bettors to get their cash in and out quick. Experience sports in a whole new light. Make this season a winning one. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Jeff says Auburn needs Robert Thomas and Devin Leary, the Mississippi State receiver and the NC State quarterback. Everyone will be holding on to the wish list of these portal players to try to change the rosters. Auburn is one of those places where you'll see a massive roster flip.
I just saw, I'm trying to see who reported this, that Austin Reed of Western Kentucky went in the portal.
He's another good quarterback.
Man, I liked what I saw from that. Now, look, I just saw his stats and then watched him play one game at Auburn. Andy Staples reporting that. That kid, he's got a live arm. I'll tell you that, man. He can hurl it.
I know there's a lot of people that say this isn't good for college football. It is so exciting to see all these quarterbacks in the portal and where they end up because, you saw what a difference maker Caleb Williams was. I think Devin Leary can be that for the right program, and I guarantee he's going to have 20 or 30 suitors out there right now.
We'll see. Now, he battled injuries throughout this year, which is why NC State ended up where they ended up in a lot of places. But let's give a little credit to Jim Harbaugh for a second. Rockstar cut number 7. Jim Harbaugh and Michigan finished the deal, and I don't know about you guys. I want you to hear Jim Harbaugh first, and then while he's talking, I want you to think about Michigan this year in the playoffs compared to Michigan last year in the playoffs, because I sort of have a lot more confidence in this team that's heading to the Fiesta Bowl to take on TCU as a possibility to not only win that game, but battle Georgia or Ohio State for the national championship. Here's Jim Harbaugh.
Can't say enough good things about our players, our coaches, our staff. To be 13-0, I mean, that – my mouth has a hard time even, forming that. It's just very unfamiliar to say that in relation to football. I mean, it sounds like, a hot start to a basketball season at the beginning of the season. But with that being said, we're excited for the challenge to advance and to to see how we'll stack up in the playoffs.
Don't you feel different a little bit about this team, especially if Blake Corum wasn't hurt, man?
No, I think I feel different about this team. Well, you know what? They haven't missed. I know Blake Corum is thought to be the best running back in the country. Yeah, but they've had 2 pretty good rushing days.
Donovan Edwards is fine.
Edwards has been terrific.
Yeah,
but imagine it's both of them though. If you had both of them,
yeah. But I'm just saying, obviously you would love to have both of these guys to share the touches. But I haven't seen a drop-off at all.
Yeah, now, early on against Ohio State, they struggled to run the ball. I think they only had 10 rush yards in the first half of that game, but they blew it open in the second half running the ball. The difference I see in this Michigan team, the biggest difference is the draw they get in the semis. They should run TCU out of the stadium. They're going to play for a national championship, I think. And it is wild to see how Jim Harbaugh was talking earlier how Alabama has – or Georgia has flipped the script in the SEC on Alabama. They've become what Alabama was. And Alabama will get back to that, I think. And I think Ohio State will get back to that. But Michigan, in a lot of ways, has become what Ohio State was. And it's wild to see how Harbaugh has flipped that script that quickly.
Yeah, I think he's done a wonderful job. Now, all that said, there's the backdrop of his NFL team, the Indianapolis Colts, of having a opening right now. And the Jeff Saturday experience did not look good last night on Sunday Night Football, as they got blown out last evening. What was it, 54-19 by the Dallas Cowboys. Harbaugh was asked yesterday, even before that disaster, and he says enthusiastically he will be back next year at Michigan. But he was asked, there are reports that NFL teams are vetting you for a return to the NFL. He has, it seems like in the last few years, searched for that next NFL opening, but yesterday he says enthusiastically, I will be back next year at Michigan. That probably takes that off the board, right? It seems like he's happy at Michigan now that they're winning.
Yeah, I guess. It was Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network. The Colts are an interesting, situation because that is his old team. And I don't know, man. As good as you got it going in Michigan now, it would take a great NFL job to tease me.
Chris Doering in the next segment. We'll talk to him about the playoffs and everything we saw Saturday in Atlanta. He joins us from the SEC Network. Don't forget, if you're looking for just a change in your health, to get your blood pressure back in line, to get your cholesterol numbers back down, to lose some weight, to stop tipping that scale, our friends at Way to Wellness can help you. Leslie and her board-certified team standing by. All you have to do is go to their website, aplanforme.com. Just type in that phrase, aplanforme.com. That'll take you to the Way to Wellness website. Local right here, and they've got great plans, not a cookie cutter. It's designed specifically for you. Mine includes 2 meals at lunch and dinner that I designed for myself. My blood pressure and cholesterol numbers way down. They literally saved my life, Leslie and her team. You can do it too. No contracts, no sign-up fees. The first consultation is free, so really there's no out-of-pocket money just to check them out. It's Way to Wellness. Stop being overweight. Stop being scared to death about your numbers when it comes to blood pressure and cholesterol. Get it all going right. Aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
When A-Day rolls around next spring, cleat print handprints outside Denny Chimes will go to Bryce Young, Will Anderson, and Jordan Battle. They were announced as permanent captains last night at the awards banquet in Tuscaloosa. They will be forever remembered in Tuscaloosa for a variety of different reasons.
Chris Doering of the SEC Network coming right up. A reminder, Nichols Outfitters still has that end-of-the-year sale. So if you're looking for a holiday gift, up to 30 to 50% off things at Nichols Outfitters. 30 to 50% off. You don't find that often at Nichols Outfitters. I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com. Chris Doering is with the SEC Network. With us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Dunaway just mentioned A-Day. We normally don't talk about A-Day at this point of the year, Chris, here in this state, but here we are. Yeah. It's a different time for us.
It is a different time, and one that I imagine that the Alabama fans want to move ahead to, because it certainly hadn't been the year that I think a lot of people expected. And remember back in the beginning of the season, Nick Saban mentioned that last year was kind of a rebuilding year, a chance to try to figure out who the leaders were going to be going forward, as they lost so many from the 2020 team. And this was the year I think we all counted on, with Bryce Young being a returning starter, having Will Anderson around. Like, this was the year we thought they'd get back to to winning a national championship, and for them to not even win the division that they're in is a little surprising.
Did everything play out like you thought it would yesterday?
You know what? Here's the thing. I don't think any of those three teams that were in the conversation for the fourth spot were really deserving, but it is a 4-team playoff, and so we had to stick somebody in there. I think it's probably the way that I was expecting it to play out, but it wasn't the way I necessarily would have agreed it to play out. Now, I'm not of the belief that Alabama shouldn't have been in that spot. I think I would have taken Tennessee with the same record and having beaten Alabama head-to-head, but I think Alabama, if they would have gotten into the field, probably would have been Vegas's second favorite team to win it all, given what they have in terms of player talent and what they have in experience in the postseason.
This has happened already twice now in Nick Saban's time in Tuscaloosa. He's changed some ways he and his program play football. Do you think with Georgia and Michigan and the old quote bully ball at the top of the standings again, do you think it's time for Nick Saban to reinvent the way Alabama recruits and plays football?
I don't think they need to reinvent what they're doing, the way they go about playing. I think they need to identify talent and develop that talent a little bit better. It's been surprising the last couple of years to see the offensive line not be as good as what we typically see in Alabama offensive line. Maybe personally, the thing that was most disappointing to me was to see the wide receiving core the way it was, the inconsistencies, the inability to get open, the drop balls. Like, those are things that we've not seen from Alabama receivers over the last few years. And we were spoiled. I think they had a great run of guys developing behind the man to be able to step up into that role. And you just didn't have that opportunity, present itself this year. The Jermaine Burton transfer was something you thought was going to be more impactful than it was. But at the end of the day, I really feel for Bryce Young more than anybody. I think Bryce Young, and I said it on our show this morning, Bryce Young is the best quarterback to have ever played at the University of Alabama. And for him to leave without a championship that he was the starting quarterback for is a little disappointing to me.
Chris Doering is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, SEC Network, at Chris Doering on Twitter, at Chris Doering28, or excuse me, CDoering28 on Instagram, CDoering28 on Instagram. You watched Georgia with your own two eyes Saturday. If last year's team was 100, what is this year's team? What grade is this year's team?
Yeah, I think there's a couple criteria that you need to look at. I would probably give that grade a 95. I don't think they're as complete a team as what Georgia was last year. Georgia, they had to bear the burden of trying to get that 41-year monkey off of their back. They blazed the trail that now has been set for this Georgia team to be able to follow in their footsteps. I think if you go back and statistically look at the defensive numbers, they're better in just about every defensive category in 2021 than they were this year, and that was against a better, more difficult schedule that team had to play. But replacing 15 guys that got drafted last year, replacing all the production on the defensive side particularly, has been a pretty impressive task that they've been able to accomplish and pass with flying colors. So I do think last year I would give them the nod a little bit as being the better team, but this year's team deserves a lot of credit, and I think the offense has become a little bit more explosive and evolved a little bit from where they were last year.
I know the SEC's got the top number one overall seed in Georgia. They would have 3 teams in if we had a 12-team playoff right now with Alabama and Tennessee as well. But did it feel like a down year in the SEC for you?
I don't know if it felt like a down year. I think it's a more NFL-like year. I think you're seeing a lot more parity as you look through the conference standings, seeing a lot of teams at the 4-4 mark, the 3-5 mark within the conference. I think that shows just how competitive both divisions have gotten. Even on the eastern side, you look at Vandy, the floor has been elevated some with them taking down 2 SEC East foes in the last month of the season. It's just a very difficult conference. It's only going to get more difficult with Texas and Oklahoma eventually coming in. So I do worry about that, guys. I'm excited about the expansion of the playoffs. The margin for error becomes greater. But I think you're going to see a lot of cannibalism within the conference because of just how good it is from top to bottom.
You know, if I'm an Auburn fan today, I've got to love the portal because I'm seeing some meaningful names already jumping in there. What's your realistic expectations for Hugh Freeze at Auburn moving forward? How quick can this rebuild be? Because I'll take Lincoln Riley and USC out. I look at TCU and Sonny Dykes, and I'm like, hey, how quick can that be Auburn?
I'm gonna flip this back to you guys here, because I had this argument with Peter Burns, and Peter Burns says ridiculous things on our show. As you know, he made the comment on Friday as we were talking about Hugh Freeze. He said he believes that he can get Auburn to the college football playoffs in 2 years when it expands to 12 teams. Is that a realistic goal? Do you think that's something possible for Auburn given where they were this year?
Yeah, I mean,
to 12 teams,
Yeah, that'd give you in the 12 teams, that would give you 2 years. The way the portal works today, I could see Hugh Freeze doing that.
Yeah, and I think, Chris, I put the over-under at 3.5 SEC teams every year. I mean, if, you look at LSU, if they wouldn't have had a complete fallout at the end of the season, you would have had 4 SEC teams this year. So, I agree with these guys. I think Auburn could do it.
Yeah, I mean, 2-loss or 3-loss SEC teams in the mix to be – at the bottom end of that, a 10 or 11 seed. I mean, it's going to be a Big Ten SEC heavy wild card.
Well, you guys mentioned it. Probably likely that we get 4 teams in on an annual basis. Georgia, we have to expect will be there. I just think it'll be difficult for Auburn to climb up into the top 3 with Alabama doing what they always do. LSU with the improvement they're inevitably going to make with Brian Kelly recruiting more there. You look at what Texas A&M has the talent. I don't know if they'll ever put it together there or not. I just think it's a tough task, and if we're judging guys on 2-year return on investment, that's a pretty daunting task for a lot of these guys, particularly in our conference.
Now, our answer shouldn't change the fact that we agree with you that Peter Burns says stupid, absurd things all the time. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
And
Peter Burns throws them out there. Like, literally, we were walking out of the SEC championship game on Saturday. He goes, man, I'm so pissed. I was like, what are you pissed about? Not that LSU lost, but more pissed about the fact that the prognostication he made early in the year about Georgia not only winning every game they played, but they were going to do it by more than 10 points was proven to be false like 2 weeks in when Missouri took them to the fourth quarter and actually lost that game by single digits. But that was the thing he was more worried about than anything, was him being wrong about a prediction that otherwise would have been largely true.
Such a weird way to lose that one, too. It was Missouri of all teams.
No doubt.
All right, he is Chris Doering. See him on the SEC Network and ESPN. Follow him on Twitter at Chris Doering, on Instagram at CDoering28. Thank you very much, Chris, for the time as always.
Thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
All right, buddy. Chris with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Always good with his time with us.
There was one team that was the ultimate college football playoff killer.
South Carolina.
It was South Carolina.
Yeah. South Carolina took out both Clemson and Tennessee.
And either one of those wins that game, they're in.
Yep, you're absolutely right. In hindsight. Yep.
Storm Restoration Roofing. In hindsight, you want a guy on your roof that'll always give you the best quote, do the best job up there. Such a good job that the insurance and contractors, sometimes they don't even get up there to say, Greg, what do you say? Okay, we'll go with that. Greg from Pell City. Greg Nelson is his name. Storm Restoration Roofing, the most respected roofing contractor you're going to find. Remember the number and the name, Storm Restoration Roofing and Greg from Pell City, because sometimes storm damage will happen like that and you're like scrambling, and that's when you make a mistake, getting an untrustworthy or somebody you just really can't work with as a roofing contractor. That's not Greg Nelson. He's local. He's going to be the best trustworthy guy you can deal with, and insurance companies trust him. He's got all the warranties. He's A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Here's the number, 205-542-3531. And I can always get you in contact. Just reach out for me on social media, 205-542-3531 for Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, or look for him on Facebook, Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing.
All right, I don't want to get too deep in hypotheticals here, but I was asked this question earlier today. I was on with our friends Mike Grace and Mike Mode on the press box, friends of ours, and I was asked this question. I really hadn't given it thought. Everybody always says, look, if one of those plays goes a different way, if Jahmyr Gibbs catches that ball at Tennessee, Alabama kicks a game-winning field goal. Or if Bama gets a stop on the two-point conversion, Alabama's a one-loss team and they're in this thing. And we did this Saturday. You always forget that gets Alabama in the game against Georgia.
Right.
So let me ask you this, though. Do you think a 2-loss?
Not necessarily.
How would they miss?
I think they would have dropped TCU and put Alabama.
No. I'm saying they played
they
Georgia Saturday night.
So they're still going to have the second loss, but they're playing in the SEC.
And that was going to be my question. Do you think 2-loss Alabama, let's say Alabama, one of those two plays goes differently, and they've only got the one regular season loss. They go play Georgia in the championship game, lose the game in a good game, not the way LSU did. Are they in?
Yeah.
I think so too.
One possession game, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they'll be in front of Ohio State.
Because everybody was saying TCU should not be punished for playing this weekend. It would be the same with Alabama.
Yeah, Ohio State would have been the debate, right? Not TCU.
Yeah, and so it would have come down to a 2-loss Alabama or 1-loss Ohio State.
Who didn't play.
Yeah, and if Alabama loses by a possession to the number 1 overall seed, I think Bama would have gotten in.
Yeah, interesting there. Also interesting yesterday, the NFL. Several things to get to there. Saints and Bucks tonight, 7:15 on ESPN. The 49ers with a major injury, so they've now lost Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo. He's done for the season. Brock Purdy came in, and San Francisco beat Miami. Tua's got an ankle too, but he's downplaying that. But 33-17, is that what the final ended up being?
Yeah, I mean, a touch misleading there, but still, it was a loss, 33-17, but it changes everything. I would just ask Lance in the break. He's been saying for weeks now, guys, San Francisco is the best team in the NFC. They are going to be in the Super Bowl. You don't believe that anymore without Jimmy G.
No, but I said this a couple of weeks ago, too. Watch out for the Bengals, and watching them again yesterday.
They're good.
Yeah, they've got Kansas City's number. I think the Bengals, I'm just going to make the prediction right now, the Bengals win the Super Bowl this year.
Joe Burrow and his receivers, so good. They beat Kansas City yesterday 27-24. Couple of touchdowns, 286 from Burrow. He manages the game so well. No moment seems to be fast forward or too big for him. He looked more in control than Mahomes did yesterday, and their defense is playing good as well.
Yeah, look, and the offensive line is much better than it was last year. And look, there was a drop touchdown in the third quarter that would have made that game a little more comfortable for Cincinnati. Cincinnati's playing great football. The problem is the AFC is such a gauntlet.
Oh, it is. It is. And Carolina, quickly back to San Francisco, you just talked about this. Carolina's officially announced it now. They've released Baker Mayfield. And if you're San Francisco, you'd do it, Lance?
I think I would. Yeah, I mean, they just signed Josh Johnson from the Denver Broncos practice squad to have a veteran presence. Why would you not get Baker Mayfield? Whether or not he plays, at least you've got a guy that's got a ton of experience.
Is that
playoff experience?
Do you think that's a behind-the-scenes little thank you for getting the Christian McCaffrey trade, what all you gave us, here's a little extra, take Baker Mayfield to bail you out of this bad situation right now?
I don't know, yeah.
Because they've already got McCaffrey out there. It's interesting to see. Cowboys win last night. They're looking good, but Anthony Brown has a torn Achilles. He's done a corner. That's a bad loss for the Cowboys.
Yeah, it really is, because Cowboys really, the offense came alive in the fourth quarter last night, but the Cowboys, their best unit is their defense.
Yeah, unbelievable. And you help me here because you're good with names. I know Kyler Murray at Arizona. The rest of the NFC West quarterbacks, Geno Smith at Seattle.
John
Wolford with the Rams.
And
Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
So you've got Geno Smith, Brock Purdy, and John Wolford, and Kyler Murray. Who's in last place? Is it Kyler Murray?
Well, I think it'll
no. Kyler Murray's the best of those.
He's the best of the group.
But I'm saying, whose team's in last place?
Oh, no, the Rams.
The Rams.
Oh, the Rams.
Yeah, Johnny Football's team.
It was so funny because watching the Rams yesterday, and the guy, they put so much effort into that game, and I was so excited, and they're leading until the final minute. But they were showing the playoff hunt, and they were talking about how important this game was for Seattle. And it said still in the hunt, and it had Arizona at 4-8. And I'm thinking to myself, well, if we hold on here, we're going to be 4-8. So we're still in the hunt.
Yeah. Hey.
Which we've shut every quality player down this year.
How sad has it become, Rockstar, that Lance just gave us? Man, I was watching that game, and the Rams. He gave such good effort. I was so
really
happy
did,
for him.
Yeah. I was still, man. I
The
mean,
Lions, man. They get orange slices.
To watch Bobby Wagner and Jalen Ramsey talking that much shit and to be into that game like they were, knowing they're already eliminated. I mean, that does mean something.
Yeah. All right. Saints and Bucks tonight, 7:15 ESPN. No Tristan Wirfs for the Bucks. That offensive line may be the worst in the National Football League. We got a Cowan Equipment poll question or 3 out there for you. You can go check those out and vote. One of them is which was the biggest mistake. Some people think they got everything right. That's fine, but we said if you think there's a mistake, which was the biggest mistake in the college football playoff selection? One of them was having TCU ahead of Ohio State. One of them was having Ohio State ahead of Alabama, or one of them was having Alabama ahead of Tennessee. You can go vote at Next Round Live. It's brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our venture here. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
LT is still alive in one of our mini stake bets because Ohio State got in. He had Ohio State. I had the field for the national championship. The stake bets are brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. Always get by there, especially this holiday season. What's the Barrett Jones stake cut where they get the steaks and they grill and they put them in the oven and
then
they slice their own.
Yeah.
Is it prime rib?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it ends up being, yes.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable cut of meat. He describes it every year. Get any cut at our
You
friends
know
at
what we
New
did
York Butcher.
Friday night? The roommate ran over to the New York Butcher Shop, and for me and the boys, we got a pasta. They've got great pre-made pasta dishes. They had a penne pasta with the Alfredo sauce with chicken, and then we got the meatballs with marinara. Mix all that together. I mean, they've just got prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice. Of course, they've got the certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken, with a great selection of wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Caba Heights and Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. My mouth just started to water, I swear.
I hear you. Before Rockstar's viewing menu, again, we got a couple of coaching openings still out there in the Power 5, Stanford and Louisville now out there. Interesting that Jamie Chadwell left Coastal Carolina for Liberty. He was even mentioned briefly in the Auburn search. The guy's never blown me away. Now, he did a wonderful job at Coastal Carolina, but I always thought he's good at Coastal Carolina. I'm not sure it's going to be good anywhere else. And how much of his success is tied to what's his name, Grayson McCall.
Yeah.
And I always wondered that. But now he's going to go to Liberty, where he can make more money, $4 million a year, better facilities, and in a conference where it's not going to be as competitive as the Sun Belt Conference.
Well, he's in
my
Conference
opinion.
USA, which is better than what Liberty is now because they're an independent. So it's a step up for Liberty going to Conference USA. And it keeps, I don't know if it's a streak alive. I don't guess it is a streak, right? But yet again, the Birmingham Bowl's getting an interim coach.
That's right, because Coastal's coming to the Birmingham Bowl, interim coach there. And we didn't have one last year because we had Harsin and
Holgerson.
And Holgerson. But for more of the Birmingham Bowls have
Harsin
had,
kind of was.
Yeah, Harsin was a little bit of an interim. Yeah.
Good point. There have been more interim coaches in that bowl game, I think, than any other.
I like the Chadwell hire for Liberty. I mean, there were a lot of schools. That guy's name came up a lot. I think maybe I respect him a little more than you do. I mean, he took Coastal Carolina and had them.
Well, if he was in the room with me, I would not diss him.
Well, I'm well aware of that.
But
yes.
when he was being mentioned for a job like Auburn or something, I was like, please, let's don't do that. Let's do the viewing menu, though. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, right now, free Iron Bowl Gold Open Edition book with your purchase. Iron Bowl Gold relives the 41 years traditional Iron Bowl at Birmingham's historic Legion Field. Each game depicted in an original watercolor painting by sports artist Daniel A. Moore, documented through articles from the Birmingham News, described by commentary from legendary sportscaster Keith Jackson. No code needed. Free gift will automatically appear in shopping cart when $20 has been added. Go to danielmooreart.com for all of the details in the shop.
I think it premiered last night. I don't know if anybody watched it, but it repeats tonight, 7 p.m., the premiere of George and Tammy.
I watched it.
Jessica Chastain and Michael Shannon.
I don't have Showtime.
It was on Paramount, commercial-free, right after Yellowstone. So they showed it, and I don't know if they took out any scenes of nudity or anything like that. I'm not sure there was any I could see edited out, made for over-the-air television. But I thought it was really good. I enjoyed it. But my dad, his favorite musical artist of all time is George Jones.
Well, Michael Shannon looks the part.
He really does.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you had told me Michael Shannon could look like George Jones, I'd be like, I don't see it. But, man, when you see him there, he does.
Was George Jones a big dude?
I don't think he's as big as Michael Shannon is.
Great actor, by the way.
And I thought it was as much about Tammy Wynette as it was anything else. And Jessica Chastain, I thought, played her really, really well.
What seems like to me the past 2 or 3 years, the main lead female of everything is either Margot Robbie or Jessica Chastain.
They're both really good.
Yeah, but Jessica Chastain's incredible.
Typical with my dad and my relationship, I called Mom in before to make sure they knew it was coming on, and then afterwards just called to get the reaction, and it turned into an argument. God, he didn't sound anything like George Jones. And I was like, Dad, you always tell me George Jones is the most unique voice ever, blah, 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 blah. How in the world did you think somebody else was going to be as good as George? He was disappointed in the singing of George Jones. And I was like, how could you, you're such a huge George Jones fan, how could you go in thinking the guy was going to come even close to George Jones?
Smuff23 in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says listed at 5'7", George Jones.
Is that short?
Yeah, I think Michael Shannon's a good 6'3".
Wow, I did not realize George Jones was only 5'7".
So this is completely inaccurate.
Yeah,
this
I'm not going to watch now.
No.
So, Patrick, you watched Yellowstone last night. Beth is so strong. Beth is awful.
Yeah, Beth.
How was it last night? Did she get decapitated?
Nope. It was a female fight, toe to toe, and she was in on that. My conversation after arguing with Dad about George Jones became Alabama should have been in, not in. And
oh God, that sounds like a great conversation.
I wish I could have been on that phone
And
call.
with my dad, I might as well have been burning the American flag in the front
seriously.
yard. When I said,
Did he ask you about the USC shirt again?
When I said Alabama didn't belong in, you just hear him hand the phone back to my mom and walk out.
Talk to you, Mom.
Do something with
Tell
this.
me this is not my kid.
Yeah, he walked out. I heard him mumble, "I've only got one living son now."
10 p.m. on USA, there's this new show called Barmageddon. I don't know what it's about, but this is the synopsis. It's a new premiere. Country superstars Blake Shelton and Kane Brown realize everybody sharts.
Sharts?
I don't think everybody sharts.
I don't think I've ever sharted.
I have sharded.
Guilty.
Oh, well, I know you have.
I mean, just help me out here. Is that when you pass gas and a little squirts out?
You get a little extra.
Oh, please.
I don't think I've ever done that.
I may have done it in the studio once. I don't know.
I keep a handy pair of boxes around just in case something like that ever happens.
Handy.
Where you got them right now?
They're in my actual bottom drawer in there. They really are.
Yep.
Man.
Never know it's going to get tough.
So if one of you guys shits your pants, I'd loan them to you.
Oh, thank you, Lance.
You just keep them.
Thank you. That's good. And that's what Rockstar's watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, again, they've got a great special up right now. $20. You can get that free Iron Bowl Gold Open Edition book with your purchase. Great Christmas gift there. Just go to danielmooreart.com for more information on that. I watched the Texas Killing Fields, a new crime documentary on Netflix.
Yeah, a little light viewing before you went to sleep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sounds like a Lance.
Man, I tell you, I don't understand some of the stuff that goes on in our world. I really don't.
No, it is. I don't know what that's about, but just in the name, Texas Killing Fields does not sound.
Well, I-45, so this stretch between League City, Texas, Galveston, Houston, all of these, younger girls, they just start finding bodies from a span of 1977 to 1997. And I'm on the final episode, so I don't want to know what happens here, but I've got a feeling that all of this is going to be linked together. I don't know if they get the guy or not, but it's interesting.
Brown was down at the UAB game yesterday. Blazers 7-1. They get the win over South Alabama. First time the Blazers under 80, but a good game from Jelly Walker, 30 points, 8 assists there. Alabama won back on Saturday against South Dakota State. Their next game is next Saturday against number 1 Houston. UAP poll coming out in 5 minutes. It'll be interesting to see where Alabama is. That's Saturday, 2 o'clock on ABC for Alabama at Houston. And Auburn is still one of the only handful of unbeaten teams. They're 8-0. They won back against Colgate, impressive on Friday night in basketball. UCF beat Samford last night. North Carolina's lost 4 straight. We'll talk about that as we progress throughout the basketball season. They're without Baycott right now. A lot more basketball later. But today it's all football. It's all portal. It's all playoffs. It's all bowl games. It's all with you as we roll on as the show's being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Yeah, 823-2212. That is the number you need to call. Leaves still falling out there. One thing you don't want to do is get out that dangerous ladder. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. Call Chris Stewart. He's got an end-of-the-year special right now for all of the Next Round viewers and listeners. Call 205-823-2212 or online, gottercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day. and still pull out the big stick. The type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera. And the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Boy, our security team had to send out the graphic last night to make sure that Joel Klatt, everyone knew Joel Klatt was joining us via Zoom, and we're not going to be in studio with us. Alabama fans were calling him for targeting over the weekend, that he was hitting them on crackback blocks all weekend. But Klatt is joining us now, not in studio. He is joining us via the Zoom today from somewhere undisclosed, not in our studio.
He is brought to you each week also by MyBookie, mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Klatt? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys? Yeah, I mean, hey, you guys don't like the thought of not getting in the playoff as a two-loss team. Would have been the first two-loss team in the history of the playoff to go. Hey, I mean, it's fine. I think the thing that is frustrating is this notion that I somehow hate Alabama. That couldn't be further from the truth. I don't know how many times talked about how they are on the best run in the history of the sport. Nick Saban's the greatest coach that I've ever seen whatsoever. But because I don't think that they were going to win the argument for the playoff this year, I somehow hate Alabama. But that's part and parcel to this position, so it is what it is.
So is it most deserving or the four best teams?
Yeah, it's somewhere in the middle, and it always has been, and I think that's what everyone wants it to be, so black and white. And I know that they say like, well, it's supposed to be four best teams. Yeah, but it's not always. And it's always going to be in the gray area. Listen, I've argued before, and I still hold this position. If it were up to me at the creation of this 14 playoff, I would have put a stipulation that you had to win your conference in order to go, right? So and I've said that many, many times. So from my estimation, did any of them have a good argument? No, we were arguing between three flawed resumes because in this unique year, we had three conference champions that weren't even really close. Okay, so now all of a sudden you've got two spots, normally just one maybe. And so that's why these teams that maybe didn't win their championship, it was so clear that they're going to win that fourth spot. Now we've got two spots. And so you're arguing between a number of different resumes, and they were all flawed. Every one of them had a major flaw. And in the end, I think that the committee did what they generally do, which is they take the path of least resistance. They've done that all 8 years, and they did it again this year. It was going to be, let's just put it was going to be more of a stretch to include Alabama than not include Alabama. And I know that Bama fans can't stand that, and that's all well and good, but it is what it is. I did find it interesting. I mean, Nick Saban did on Saturday night what he's supposed to do. If I play for Nick Saban, I want him out there fighting for our chances to go to the playoff and arguing for our chances to go to the playoff. And I made a snide comment on the broadcast in the Big Ten, I guess Nick Saban's going to come on and lobby for his team, so good for him. And by the way, cut and paste any name that was going to come on there, because again, my problem is with the system that now we have to have these lobbying sessions in order to get involved or invited into what has become a 4-team invitational. So certainly not his problem. And Alabama and everybody at the sports information team, Josh Maxson, they did exactly what they should do. Listen, if you're going to offer Nick Saban to a television company, they're going to put him on because he's the best of all time. But I don't love the fact that in our sport, we've got to sit there and we've got coaches that are going to lobby. By the way, there were other coaches that were afforded or offered that spot once, not that particular spot, but once Nick was going to come on, let's just say we offered others the same opportunity, it was declined. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Joel Klatt is with us. We've got the 4 teams. It was the way all 3 of us voted. We did that on Saturday afternoon as well.
But why don't you guys get hate? Why do I always just receive the hate? You guys have the same. I'm just saying things that you say, but I get the hate. What's up with that?
Well, because we follow it up with funny jokes and laugh.
Yeah, that's right.
Like that.
No, but I love you.
We do a little southern charm.
But the interesting thing, Klatt,
is that what you call it? Southern charm done away.
Yes.
Okay, interesting.
Alabama fans aren't going to tell you this, but the majority of Alabama fans said, "Look, I don't think we deserve to be in."
No, that's right. That's right. And there was actually a good number even on social media, which is not where you find reasoned opinions generally, that, were in my mentions and discussing that this year, and you guys know this, Alabama hasn't been what they have been during the course of this run. You look at the one possession games, you look at, the COVID year, I believe they only had one possession game, if I'm not mistaken. And they had 5 this year, lost 2 of them. So it's not a dominant year. And basically it came down to this. The 3 best arguments for Alabama, if you're making the case of the 3 teams, the 3 best arguments, and Nick Saban tried to do this, was Vegas would probably favor us. Our losses are really good, and we had injuries. Those aren't going to win the argument. They're fine and they're true. I'm not saying that they're not true, but they're just not going to win the argument. In particular, when you've got a team like TCU that had 2 more wins, finished 12-0 in the regular season. Would you guys beat TCU? I don't know. Probably. You'd be favored. You were favored against LSU. So I'm not, I'm throwing Vegas out in that sense. That can't be a metric. And then candidly, you can't tell me your losses were great and get in. If that's the case, then USC should get in because, Utah is a decent loss as well. So I don't know. It's a flawed system, guys. I'm looking forward to 24. When we get 12, we're going to move this discussion and debate back between the 12th and 13th team rather than the 4th and 5th team.
And I look forward to that because it would be great Florida State or Washington this year, who belong to get in there. It would be really fun. Joel Klatt is
Which
with
is
us.
great because it's like, well, never mind. I digress. Go ahead, Dunaway. Go ahead.
Joel Klatt is with us. I go back to 2017 when Alabama did get in, not a division champion, not a conference champion. They won the national championship, and they were the 4, and they played the 1 Clemson, and they beat them in the semifinals. Here comes Ohio State losing the rivalry game at the end, just like Alabama that year. Does this Ohio State team have the potential to do what that Alabama team did in 2017?
Yeah. Let's put it a different way, if you don't mind. Let me reframe it for perspective.
I understand Georgia's better than Clemson, so yes, you can rephrase it.
Right. Well, so that's number one. Okay, Georgia is better than that Clemson team. They're sound. They're the best team in college football over 18 months. Right. We all agree on that.
Right.
Record suggests it. They've got the national championship to prove it. Having said that, if you're Georgia, now let's look at just opposite lens, not Ohio State lens, but just flip the lens. You're Georgia. Before last week happens, basically you have 4 teams that you could potentially play in the semifinal with how the conference. See, I never thought Alabama was ever going to get into the playoffs. So for me, there was 4 potential teams that Georgia could face in the Peach Bowl. Michigan, if they were to lose, and who knows, TCU, USC, or Ohio State. Okay, so those were really the 4 possibilities. And wouldn't you agree with me? Not that I think Ohio State's going to win, but wouldn't you agree with me? Of the 4, Ohio State's the worst matchup.
Yes,
the toughest matchup. Let's not even say worst. The toughest matchup.
With their receivers, their quarterback, their O-line, absolutely.
Of course. And in particular, when you look at the only way that Georgia has lost in those 18 months that I've just mentioned, what's the only way that they lost? One, they played a game that they didn't have to win to reach their ultimate goal, even though I'm not here to tell you they didn't want to win the SEC championship, but that's a truth. That's a fact about that SEC championship game last year against Alabama. And Alabama was tearing them up with those wide receivers, Jamison Williams and John Mechie, throwing the ball down the field, stretching. And while they did play great against Tennessee with a similar style of vertical passing game this year, I'm not saying that, hey, they just don't defend the pass very well, because they do. They're one of the best defenses, if not the best defense in college football. But in the last 18 months, the only team that could or got after them a little bit is a team that could really throw it, had great wide receivers, had some vertical stretch, and the ability to run the ball a little bit as well. You can make an argument, and I've done this before, that before the Jamison injury in the national championship game, that game looked and felt massively different than what it ended up being. The weakest position group for Alabama at the end of in the national championship game last year was the wide receivers. The wide receiver room and their lack of development after Mechie and Williams last year was the reason they lost the national championship game. Their lack of attention to detail, some drops. I mean, Bryce was playing great and just had no help whatsoever. By the way, similar of why they struggled this year, right? I think that their wide receiver group, it really let them down. But I'm just trying to tell you, Ohio State does have that. Maybe not Williams Mechie, but Marvin Harrison Jr. is pretty damn good. So if you're Georgia, what's the one matchup that you probably didn't want to see, although you probably feel like you can win anyways? It would be Ohio State. So what did they get for going undefeated the year after they win the national championship? Well, yes, they get a home game, but they get the worst possible matchup in the semi that they could have gotten.
Joel Klatt is with us. He joins us each week courtesy of MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag, promo code next round to get that deposit bonus up to $200 on a deposit of $500 or more. See more at MyBookie.ag, code next round. My eyes tell me, Klatt, that the drop-off from Blake Corum to Donovan Edwards isn't really significant at all. Or are my eyes lying to me?
I'm pausing for effect.
I mean, he has been.
I didn't freeze. Don't worry. My computer didn't freeze.
We're good. He's been tremendous in the last 2 games you have watched him, where he has been the only option at running back for them. Yeah.
Can I just say I think it's different. So maybe they haven't dropped off from a total perspective, but I do think it's different. And let me put it this way. I thought Blake Corum was outstanding getting you the 4, 5s, and 6s, regardless of how it's blocked. And they would just kind of eat it up during the course of the game. Now, that doesn't mean that he couldn't pop one or didn't, have some explosive runs. But Donovan will give you some 1, 2s, and 3s, and then the home run. And because of that, they have felt different in these last 2 games than what they were, like, let's say, earlier in the year and some of those games that I covered in mid-season. Because of that, I do think that they're a little bit more reliant on J.J. McCarthy now than they were with Blake Corum. Because, again, they don't have the ability to just wear you out, bring in a fresh Edwards. So no, like, they're not as good. But to your point, they have been just as productive, and they can threaten the defense just as well. I think a big key for them will be developing that linebacker now turned running back, Kalel Mullings, to try to get him some carries. If he can give you 10 or 12 carries and spell Donovan Edwards, then you've got something. But to your point, this is a team that can still hit the home run running the ball. And let's make no mistake about it. As great as Blake Corum was, and hopefully is in the future after his knee procedure, this team is still about the line of scrimmage, right? Like, who are the best players for Michigan? Their offensive linemen, their defensive interior linemen. And that's why, they're in the position that they are and going to be favored, by more than Georgia's favored against Ohio State, but they're going to be favored against TCU.
I was saying earlier, Klatt, that the 2 most impactful plays affecting the college football playoff this weekend, K-State's up 21-10, that muff punt in the third quarter, it seemed like they had all the momentum. They could have maybe run TCU out of the building, which would have changed things dramatically. And then the other one, USC is completely dominating offensively. Caleb Williams, a 59-yard run, pops that hamstring. He's not the same player. Let me ask you, SC first, there's no excuse for not being able to tackle. But do you think they ultimately outscore Utah if he doesn't get hurt?
Oh, it looked that way. 17-3, and it's 2nd and 1, and Williams took a sack. That was a play that I thought was a big one, kind of knocked them out of range. Because if they go down 24-3, now you're up against it, right? You're really up against it if you're Utah. Now, that game obviously totally flipped. So, let me play devil's advocate. Let me just, if you're USC, isn't this quietly, they never admit this, but isn't this quietly the better scenario? Can't they say now, well, we would have been there, if this hamstring would have held together. So clearly we're one of the 4 best and we got jobbed and we're lower ranked. And now they actually get Tulane. It's so they can go beat Tulane, go into the offseason with all this positive energy rather than, let's say you win the Pac-12. Now you get the expectations of, well, hey, we got the Heisman winner. Maybe we can beat Georgia and then just get thumped by Georgia. Right, then you're in the mold of a Michigan State team that makes the playoff and gets thumped, or a Washington team that gets thumped. Could this be a better scenario for USC? I just want to pose that. I'm not talking about moral victories, but in the grand scheme of things, this could be. I was talking about that with the crew. I mentioned it to Gus, and he was like, "Well, no, don't you want to go to the playoff?" Yeah, I think that you do want to go to the playoff. They would certainly say that, but in a weird world, this is a scenario that is fine for USC moving forward. Do they beat Utah if he stays healthy? I do think so. If that hamstring doesn't pop, his ability to threaten the defense outside of the pocket was exactly the kryptonite against Utah. So now you're going to sustain more drives. You're going to minimize the snaps that Utah have. You're going to score a lot more points. And I think ultimately USC would have won the game. What ends up showing up, though, he pops his hamstring. He can't run around. You can't sustain drives. And now your defense has to go out there and sustain itself. Nope, not going to happen. not when number 7 can literally not tackle air. I know it'd be hard to tackle air, but it's like, I mean, that was some Jones Junior High School tackling out there. It was pathetic, and they've got to fix that. They've got to fix that.
I understand what you're saying about the long game for Lincoln Riley and USC. I agree with you there. We had some conference champion upsets that would have been automatically into the 12-team playoff, and then Clemson changed quarterback and won their conference as well. Which one of those 3 teams, Kansas State, Utah, or Clemson, if we had a 12-team format, do you think would make the most noise? Which one of those 3 would be most dangerous?
Probably Clemson with Klubnik, because their roster is more on par with some of the other playoff teams. But with DJ, it just wasn't happening. It really wasn't happening all year. I know he played well on the road against Wake Forest. Remember that earlier in the year, and people thought, okay, like this is turning around. But it just never materialized with DJ. And Klubnik clearly gives him something else. It was markedly different when he came into the game, what they were doing offensively, how efficient that they were going to be. So I would say Clemson, but I would tell you this, no one would want to go play Utah or Kansas State, right? Like those 2 teams are physical, they're sound. You might beat them, but it's going to take everything out of you in order to do that.
And they're
ask
well
Ohio
coached,
State
man.
last year in the Rose Bowl.
Both those teams are freaking well coached. I mean, you watched Utah's defense the other night. It was like watching an instruction video on how to tackle and play defense.
That's exactly right. And Kyle Whittingham, I think Kyle Whittingham is a top 5 coach in the sport. I just do. I know that sounds crazy, guys, but think about what that guy has done. I mean, like, it's Utah. They're not supposed to be like this. Now they're back-to-back Pac-12 champions, going to the Rose Bowl a second time. They're the toughest team in the conference. And like USC and Oregon just don't have an answer for Utah. Think about that for a moment. Kyle Whittingham is one hell of a coach.
All right, I know from our text you're excited about getting primetime to your old school, Colorado.
Yes, sir.
Some people are dinging him for this video that has leaked out, him telling guys, hey, you're just going to hit the portal. I mean, just give us your overall thoughts on this, though.
Listen, if I was sitting in that room, would I love it? No. Is Deion one of one and going to approach this totally different than anybody else? Yes, absolutely. And in some ways, it's like, does Deion think he's going to win with the kids that are in that room? I've watched that film, trust me. And it's like, no, the answer is no. So that sounds harsh. And do I love the way that it was delivered? Maybe not. But at the same time, he's been brought in to do something very specific. And I would say this about Deion. People are going to have an opinion one way or the other, but they're going to have an opinion. Why? Because they're going to talk about him. And that's exactly what Colorado desperately needs. They have been a total non-factor in college football since 2006, save for one season when they played for a Pac-12 title game under Mike McIntyre. If you got a text or a DM from a Colorado coach, it would be like, nope, it's just a quick delete. Now, it doesn't matter if you're the top recruit in the country or, number 100 or 150, you get a DM from Deion Sanders, you're responding, period. And you can talk about the fit and local recruiting base and all these things that we would normally talk about when it comes to coaches and if they're going to work in a certain location. But this guy is one of one. Okay. He is, if you were ranking charisma in college football coaches, he's number 1. And then you got to go to like 99 before you can find another coach. Like, there's that big of a gap. It's just totally different. It's totally outside the box. And I would argue it's totally independent of fit. And it's independent of local recruiting base. He is the recruiting base. He is the fit. Boulder's now fitting into Deion Sanders. He's the son. We're all revolving around him. And he's one of the only coaches that can say that. The only other one that's even remotely close to that is Nick Saban, right? He is the son at Alabama. Everything else rotates around him. He can send a DM or a text to anybody in the country. It will be responded to. Now, you can also say that about Deion Sanders, even at Colorado. And if you're a top 100 recruit, I would be shocked if you don't see the list of 3 or 4 now start to include Colorado. And just out of curiosity, they're going to go up there. And the secret power at Colorado, guys, if you haven't been there, and Bill McCartney used to say this all the time before he started really getting it rolling at Colorado and won a national championship. He said the secret to Colorado is just getting them there. You drive over that hill. Right there, there's McCarthy Road right there. I know you guys don't know this, and then you drive over the hill, Floyd's Hill, and there you go, and you see the Flatirons and you see Boulder, and the campus is laid out. And he thought that that was the secret. You get them there on a visit and you can steal them. And he did that and won a national championship. And I'm not going to be shocked at all if Deion starts rising up the recruiting ranks, getting these transfer kids, and that Colorado's a major player in college football.
Do you know who comedian John Reap is?
I don't. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. He was the Hemi guy, the Dodge Ram Hemi truck guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Reason I bring him up, we had him on the show, and he told us a story that he was driving like some kind of shit wagon, and his agent called up Dodge, and they said, he's promoting your brand. You need to put him in a Hemi. With that said, has Cadillac put you in a Lyric?
I have one on order. Yes.
Okay.
Like a Klatt. Love it.
It looks like a cool car.
Joe Klatt.
I can't wait. We'll see. I'll let you know. Oh man.
Klatt.
By the way,
what?
I grew up with like a son of a Marine. My dad was a school teacher. My mom didn't work until I was in 3rd grade. Stayed home with us as kids. She made my clothes when I was in 2nd grade. Right? Like we had nothing. And so like my dad texted me, he's like, I just saw your Cadillac commercial. And then he just put like the eye emoji and he was like, who would have thought? And I'm like, I know, right?
Yeah,
This is pretty wild.
That's a great story. I love it. Now, if you just show up in a sport coat like Gus had on Saturday night, your dad will really love it.
I don't know if I can pull that one off.
Hey, that was postseason fit's what that was,
That's right.
man.
I loved
Postseason fit.
Joel Klatt. All right, Klatt, thank you for the time. We'll see you next week.
You bet. Have a good one, guys.
All right, buddy,
See
you
ya.
too. Klatt with us each week, courtesy of our friends at MyBookie.ag. Code next round. MyBookie.ag code next round gets you a deposit of $500 more. You can claim a bonus of up to $200 with that code next round. MyBookie.ag code next round. Klatt on the JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Tulsa Talks
hotline.
Yeah, Tulsa Talk says Colorado will be in the first 12-team playoff. Writing down your reaction over there. A lot to get to. Trash coming up in the next segment. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. A lot of you went by there and got some lunch on Friday or on Saturday. Bowl season is coming up. Keep those tailgates rolling and all of that this season right now with our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. We'll get to trash and much more coming up. Extended period there with Klatt. Is he really with us again next week? I thought that was it for Klatt.
I don't know.
Okay.
I just always say that.
You
just
do it
in
out
case.
there, and he sort of looked surprised. I was surprised. We'll see if we'll get Joel Klatt with us next week. We definitely have trash next. Stay with us.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Our friends at Backyard Adventure, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, perfect for this holiday season. Sign up now and get Christmas delivery or early into 2023 so your kids can enjoy the best backyard experience at your house. That includes the Backyard Adventure playgrounds, the alley-oop trampolines, the goal setter basketball goals, all with a location near you, whether it's Montgomery, Birmingham, Huntsville, Atlanta, or wherever. Backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, 100% quality. They set it up for you. They do landscaping, maintenance programs, and everything. 205-4084-FUN. 205-4084-FUN, backyardalabama.com. Auburn fans in the chat room saying Alabama's win over Michigan State and North Carolina are being overrated in basketball. The new AP poll is out. What say them?
Auburn is 11, Alabama is 8.
So Alabama's up to number 8. They play number 1 Houston, 2 o'clock Saturday. Out in Houston. No game until then because it's finals week in Tuscaloosa. Auburn's next game, by the way, against a really good Memphis team in Atlanta next Saturday. So a couple of interesting tests coming up. Auburn's still one of the unbeaten teams. It is time for Trash. Rockstar, hit the button, man.
I'm here with the winner, Derek Lewis. Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot. I understand.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
I understand.
The balls is hot.
Hey, surging interest rates might be weighing down your decision to buy a home, but Mortgage Right has a program that can lift the burden. If you're looking to save money on your new mortgage, a temporary interest rate buy-down may be just what you need. Mortgage Right's temporary buy-down program lowers your initial interest rate during the early years of your mortgage, giving you a chance to save money in a more demanding housing market. With a variety of buy-down options and experts nationwide, Mortgage Right can help you purchase your home with the best possible interest rate. Rates are on the rise, so it's more than wise to consider a temporary interest rate buy-down. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Police say a Clearfield woman is facing charges after attacking a neighbor with an electric cattle prod.
You know, I don't have one of those. I don't have one on hand, Rockstar.
I always have it under my bed.
Do you?
Yeah.
Get in there. Get gone.
Now, police say Bobby Sue Yatsko, 33 years old.
Sounds about right, yeah.
Faces charges related to simple assault, recklessly endangering another person, and using
Ooh, somebody dotted that I for her on the way out, didn't they?
Oh, boy, she's got some yellow in that, too, doesn't she?
I mean, that was a pop.
Get her.
That's a banged-up Tanya Harding is what that is.
Yeah.
And that is hard to do.
And when you're a banged up Tanya Harding.
So she had the cattle prod, and she looks like that?
Officers say they were called Sunday, November 27th around 1 a.m. For a report of a fight. Investigators say once there, the alleged victim reported being attacked by Yatsko outside of his home after an argument over a party he had. Police say Yatsko is accused of using the cattle prod, should shock the alleged victim multiple times in the body and the face.
What's the name of the city this is located in?
Clearfield, Colorado.
Clearfield.
No, Clearfield, Pennsylvania.
Clearfield. She should go to Clearfield to try to clean up that face a little bit.
There it goes. Yes, sir. That's
Yeah.
the way to be proactive.
Boy, she hadn't washed that hair in months.
Yeah.
Man, she got popped, too. Look how black that eye is.
Anyway, they said she's got a history, quote, history with neighbors.
Huh.
She's got a fingernail across that chin, too.
Yeah, it did not go well for her in the fight.
How about this? L.A. man is speaking out about the terrifying night he was drugged and robbed by two women he met at a bar in Beverly Hills.
They take his kidneys and put him in ice in a bathtub.
This is bad. Do we have pictures of the girls?
The
I guess we don't.
Well, there's surveillance. We'll do the story first. We'll get to it. But there's surveillance, so like they're up high from like a security camera, so it's not that well of a picture. But
it'll be good enough.
I mean, this
Yeah,
poor
it works.
single guy can't even have a threesome without getting worried. Listen to
know.
this. It's crazy. So the victim says the alleged robbery happened on July 25th when he met two women at a local bar in Beverly Hills. Victim was out with friends enjoying bars on Canyon Drive in Beverly Hills when his friends began chatting with two alleged suspects. The women go by Holly and Brittany. Quote, we had a couple of drinks. We were having fun. We decided to bring the party back to my house. His friends eventually left the house around 3 a.m., leaving him alone with the two women. Three of them made their way into his bedroom. He went on to say, quote, in hindsight, a lot of things weren't adding up. They were going into the bathroom, talking for long periods of time. They were just randomly texting at 3 or 4 in the morning. Then he says the women began feeding him shots of vodka. He eventually passed out. Quote, the next thing I know, it's the next day, 15 hours later, I wake up with a massive headache. My body was aching, and I realized my house was ransacked. Women were nowhere to be found, getting away with 3 Rolex watches and some cash. According to the police report, women left with over $17,000 worth of stolen goods. Suspects are described as 2 women between the ages of 20 and 30. One woman was 5'1" with brown hair and braces. The other woman is 5'11" with brown hair, a shoulder tat, tongue ring, and eyeglasses.
These are the girls, Rockstar? These are the two girls? Yeah.
Brittany and what was the other one?
Holly.
Holly and Brittany.
Oh, Holly and Brittany.
Wow.
They're here for your old stuff.
You know what? It's nice to have 1 Rolex, but to have 3.
I know. $17,000 worth of stuff they took, though.
I'm reluctant to tell some stories on the air.
Have you ever woken up 15 hours later?
No, I've not. What are you reluctant
Hey,
to
at
tell,
least he
Jim?
got good sleep.
Seriously.
You feel drugged?
I was in a hotel room once in Montgomery. I forget why. Me and my buddy was there. I can't remember if it was a softball or we were there watching my buddy Shane play a country bar. But we stayed
State Capitol Tour.
We stayed in a hotel, and this was single days, just out of college days. There were 4 young ladies sharing a room. What are they called? Twin beds or separate beds?
Yep.
They were joining the military the next day, and I had met them at the bar, and they invited me up.
You fell for that one?
Yeah. They invited me up to the room.
It's our last day in America.
One last hoorah.
They invited me up to the room.
Look at this sailor.
And
We got discount Michael Keaton.
they wanted to do great value Michael Keaton, and they wanted to come up to the room and drink and do stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't go because I was fearful of them tying me up and them being just doing things to me or stealing me, robbing me, whatever. I did not go.
No, I
was
think
you
you
and
made
4 of them?
It was 4 of them and me, and my buddy had long gone. I was a little intoxicated. They wanted me to go up to their hotel room so that we could get more comfortable and do stuff. And
Oh,
they
you
were
got to roll the dice on that, don't we? Back in single days.
They were very well. LT, 2 of them looked like they were joining the army.
Oh, okay.
And then 2 of them were okay. But I mean, I was tempted. I mean, temptation, that little devil on one side, but the angel was like, "Don't do it.
You're not
Don't
this
do
dumb."
it.
So you might not be here right now.
Oh no! And that was when it was heavy back in the day. Kidneys, and you're stuck in a bathtub. That was a heavy.
That was a heavy urban legend. The
Heavy
dumbest
urban
urban legend ever.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to steal your kidneys, but we want to keep you alive just so you can tell police what I look like. So I'm going to put you in a tub of ice.
Yeah, with an IV.
By the way, I'm shocked. They wanted you to play drill sergeant, and you weren't down.
Drop it and give me 20.
In the back of my mind, Rockstar, that was a little bit of my fear was, I bet there are some male recruits on this trip as well.
A left. Right, a left.
This one out of Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. An argument between two men over a golf game led one golfer to bite the nose off of the other in the parking lot of the casino.
Listen, sometimes it gets out of hand, Rockstar, on the course.
We have a picture of this?
We don't have a picture, but it is. I think they said it is gone. Like he took the nose off.
Mark Wells, 51, of Biloxi, initially fled the scene in a Tesla before turning himself in. The nose was not found as the victim was taken to the hospital. Officers responding to a complaint of an assault. The Hollywood Casino Monday night arrived to find a victim with a disfiguring facial injury. Quote, the investigation determined the suspect, Mark Curtis Wells, bit the nose off of the victim. Officers were told that Wells and the victim had been arguing throughout the day over a golf game they played at the resort's course. Wells was charged with felony mayhem and booked into county jail where he was required to pay 10% of the $50,000 bond himself. He walked out within the hour.
If you and Brown played a round of golf, Brown got pissed at you and bit your nose off, do you forgive him?
I would not.
Do you come to the show tomorrow?
But I'm dying for that one conversation. See, in my world, dogs and animals can communicate with each other. And there's their neighborhood dog who goes to his buddies near that golf course and says, you know that stupid game our masters play occasionally with their kids? Got your nose? Got your nose? Let me show you. Look what I got. I literally have somebody's nose here.
Oh, my God. It has to be dogs, though.
Well, I mean, something found that nose. They didn't recover it. Somebody found that nose.
It's probably a mole. Maybe some ants got a hold of it.
Yeah, or those birds that fly and scoop stuff.
Doctors are warning against the latest bogus TikTok health hack that involves taping your mouth shut before bed to lose weight.
We get these all the time. So this is going to help me lose weight. What a dumb. Who are these idiots that fall for
videos
this?
on TikTok extolling the benefits of mouth taping have amassed hundreds of thousands of views. One such benefit, according to the mouth tape manufacturer Somanifix, is that forcing yourself to breathe through the nose only promotes fat loss. Proponents also claim it improves airflow, relaxes the body, stops snoring, and helps people stay asleep. Now, Dr. Raj Dasgupta?
Sure.
I don't know.
Oh, Raj.
Anyway, sleep specialist at USC said that mouth taping at worst could lead to obstructed breathing and suffocation, explaining that if you, quote, have obstructive sleep apnea, yes, this can be very dangerous. Mouth taping is the latest TikTok trend to catch fire, despite warnings from healthcare professionals. This is really stupid.
Oh, boy's got some fancy tape, though. I'll give him that. He didn't just use the duct tape from the garage, did he?
It's custom. That's a custom job.
Is that a custom tape, Rockstar?
What do you think it smells like in the morning?
Can't hide it. No, God awful.
Finally, we've got things we all do. Reducing the volume of music on your car stereo so you can see better.
I did it the other day. I felt such an old man.
You got to focus, man.
I know.
I turned mine down for the freaking ATM.
Yeah, I felt like such an old man turning it down just so I could focus.
Another one, pretend not to see someone you know.
Done that? I've done that. Yes, I've done that.
I do look down, especially if I'm eating somewhere at a restaurant. I look
sometimes
down.
I don't feel like talking.
Yeah. I get it. Another one, pacing in the house when you have a long phone call going on.
All the time.
When we were going through our transition, man, I paced nonstop on the phone.
Yep.
Another one, hitting the elevator button multiple times.
I do that.
Do too. Like it's going to speed it up.
Yeah.
You're just trying to get the door to close at that point, right? Like you hit our floor number, like
waiting for it to come down. You hit it, waiting for it to come, and I'll hit it.
I thought you were talking about once you get on and you hit your floor number.
And finally, things we all do, rehearsing a conversation in your head that you will probably never have.
I am the best. I have the best arguments in my head. Like nobody can touch me. They're so good.
As long as the other side of the argument goes the way I need it to, I'm just fine.
I mean, at the end of the day, they always end up clapping for me. Like, dude, you got me.
That was Trash, brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. With rates trending upward, save yourself some money, stress, and time by buying your home with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during your lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected. Plus, you'll know your home buying budget ahead of time. Pre-approve your budget. Maintain a 90-day interest rate lock-in period today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
You guys are fantastic over in the chat room today. We appreciate that. Don't forget, Bud Light Game Night is this Thursday night. We're at the Battery in Homewood. If you haven't been to the Battery yet, get by there and come hang out with us. Bud Light Game Night, Thursday night, 5 to 7. We'll have a blast there at the Battery in Homewood. This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew. It is Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Croatia. Whoa, big stop there for my Japanese team. They're in penalty kicks there to decide who wins this and advances on in the World Cup. We're back in a moment.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Join us on Saturday, December 3rd from 9 to 1 for track laps for charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 3 laps around Talladega Superspeedway. If you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. All proceeds will benefit Toys for Tots. That's Saturday, December 3rd from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Brown's about to tell you about Wayne's. New York Yankees offered Aaron Judge 8 years, $300 million. It'd be more than Mike Trout's $35.5 million a year. He has not taken that. San Francisco and the Dodgers, Giants-Dodgers in the mix as well as they try to find a landing spot for Aaron Judge. But one big guy just did sign.
Justin Verlander going to the Mets, 2 years, 2 years, $86 million. How old is Verlander? He's 40, right?
Yeah. Yep.
2 years, $86 million for Verlander.
Well, he still had one of his best years this year.
Yeah.
He did.
Wow. That's incredible money right there.
You know, DeGrom goes to the Rangers. They needed a backup plan.
Hey, don't forget, Wayne's right now is helping you in that fall shutdown of your yard so it can look the best it can in spring and summer. Get the proper nutrients and pre-emergence in the ground, in the root system. Right there with Wayne's. Envirolon is what you need. They take care of it all. You don't even have to think about it when you have Envirolon. We're so passionate about it, we're going to pay for your first month. You're going to get 12 months for the price of 11 when you use code TNR. Call 866-WAYNES1. That is 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Just use code TNR to save on your first month of Envirolon. That yard can look the best it can in spring and summer if you start now. Envirolon with Wayne's. 866-WAYNES1. 866-WAYNES1. Use the code TNR.
Before we do four downs, 2 tweets. Pretty amazing. Matt Zenitz, who's all over the portal, also with a coaching hire today. Oregon is close to hiring UTSA's offensive coordinator, Will Stein, to be the offensive coordinator there in Oregon. Remember, they lost Kenny Dillingham to Arizona State. That's one thing to keep an eye on. Not only do we have the coaching carousel, but the coordinator carousel, as Auburn is still looking for theirs as well. Matt Hedden pointed this out. The Heisman votes were sent in yesterday, LT. Is that when you sent yours in?
Yeah.
You are not going to tell us who you voted for per the Heisman policy. But last year you were all over Bryce Young, right?
Oh, yeah.
And this year Bryce is not going to win it.
Let me just say this. It is, over the last decade, when I took over Brown's vote, there's only been 1 year that was really tricky, and it was the year that Kyler Murray beat out Tua.
Yeah.
But, I mean, outside of that, I mean, this has been pretty cut and dry.
Yeah, everyone feels it'll be Caleb Williams, but Matt Hinton says there's no serious Heisman case for Bryce Young. But I'll give him this. Every time he touched the ball with Alabama trailing in the fourth quarter this season, he led a scoring drive to tie or take the lead. He never left the field once in the fourth quarter or overtime with Alabama down. Wow. It's true.
That's pretty amazing.
And they lost both those games.
Yep. Without him on the field.
Yep. That's why somebody sent that to us. Who was it? Said, fire Tim Snyder on Twitter. Pete Golden got to go. He sent us that stat from Matt Hinton and said, Pete Golden got to go. I don't think Pete's going.
That is from Hinton there. That gets us to our four downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
5 great locations now to serve you this holiday season. If you're getting on the road, you need to make sure that vehicle is checked, bumper to bumper. Our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they can handle that for you, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Again, 5 locations, including the newest location in Pell City. You can also go online, check them out today. Go to VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Better chance of happening. Deion has a 10-win season over the next 3 years, or he's fired over the next 3 years.
He's getting what is becoming the most common, in my estimation, as I've seen these unfold, the most common buyout now is 75% of remaining.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I haven't seen his salary. What's he getting?
5.5. 5.5, yeah.
5.5, okay.
And you've already got the AD saying, we don't know where we're going to get the money, but we're going to find it. So if they're having to find the money to pay him the 5.5, they're not going to have the money to pay him the 75%.
Yeah.
So I'd say more likely he gets a 10 win.
How many years does Shador have left? Eligibility?
I don't know. 2, I think.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm interested to see how much Deion wants to coach after Shador and his brother are done playing. Is this just I'm going to coach and spend time with you guys, give you the best opportunity to play, and then I'm going to move on and watch you guys do whatever you do next? But I don't think he gets fired. I think he's there 3 years from now.
Yeah, I would go 10 wins too.
Me
and let's
too.
not forget, in a couple of years, Pac-12 is going to get a lot worse.
A lot easier, yeah.
A lot easier, but worse as
a conference,
Yeah.
but easier for him to win
Yeah.
10 games.
Second down.
And he should be uber successful in the portal, right?
I
Colorado
would
could
think
be
so,
a beautiful
yeah.
location to go if you're somewhere you're not happy and go play for Prime.
Klatt's right. I mean, I've been to that. It seems like a weird fit, but I've been to that campus. It's a really, really cool campus. Current job longer, Trent Dilfer at UAB or Nick Saban at Alabama?
Oh, how long have we been doing these Nick Saban questions? Since 2012?
One day.
One day, I know.
It's going to be right.
But for a decade, that's been part of our conversation.
You know, it's a good question. I don't know what to expect out of Trent Dilfer. I thought it was a fascinating hire. I think it can be a really good hire.
It can. It feels like Mark Ingram put all of his athletic director clout into this hire. This is an out of the box hire. He could have hired some other candidates that would not have exposed him so much to criticism or praise.
That's right. Yep.
If it works, he can get, he becomes one of the hottest athletic directors in the sport.
I like the hire of Alex Mortensen as offensive coordinator. This guy was beloved in Tuscaloosa. Nick Saban loved this guy, and he worked with all these good quarterbacks that have come through Tuscaloosa of late. So I think it's a really, really good hire by Trent Dilfer, who's obviously a good quarterback guy himself. But you've got to think if Dilfer has any kind of really big success with that name, he's going to get a bigger job. I think I'll go Saban here.
I'll go Saban as well.
I think I'll go Saban too.
Third down.
Bigger injury this past weekend, Caleb Williams or Jimmy Garoppolo?
I think long term it's Jimmy Garoppolo, Lance, because Caleb Williams in USC, I know it cost them a shot at being in the playoffs, but I think ultimately they were not going to win a playoff game. The 49ers still may piece something together and make a deep run or even win this thing. They're that good defensively, and they've got that good a skill players. Somebody can take over and drive Joel Klatt's Cadillac all the way to the Super Bowl. I'm going to say the Garoppolo injury was the biggest one.
I would agree completely. Garoppolo injury is the difference potentially in them being a Super Bowl team or not. That's a massive injury.
Not just a Super Bowl team, Super Bowl winner probably.
I don't know if they were going to beat the AFC team. I think the AFC's better, but I do think they could have made the Super Bowl with him.
They play defense better than anybody else in the sport.
Yeah, look, they're 42-19 in games started by Jimmy G. They're 9-29 when he doesn't start.
Which is so weird that they try to replace him all this.
It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I think he's one of the more underrated quarterbacks. I would agree with you guys. I think it's Jimmy G because I think they could have easily won the NFC and possibly won a Super Bowl. On the other side, I think it would have been cool for USC to get to their first ever college football playoff. But I've said for weeks, they match up with Georgia, it would be a bloodbath.
Yeah, I agree.
Fourth down.
Okay, Walt Disney would have been 121 years old today. Didn't make it.
I cannot believe that.
Yeah. Ultimately, better career, Disney or Jeff Bezos?
Disney.
I would go Disney. Bezos has made more money, there's no doubt about that, than Walt Disney.
He's on pace to become the first trillionaire.
Than the actual Walt Disney. Now, the Disney organization, I would say, has made more money than Bezos. See what I'm saying? But now Walt himself didn't make anywhere close to what Bezos made.
Yeah,
if he were alive today.
I think their net worth's pretty close, though.
I'm going to go Disney just because the imagination of back then having to imagine all this that seems so easy now. I mean, pretty creative, imaginative guy.
But think about, go back 20 years and say you can shop for anything you want, never have to leave your house. That's what Bezos is doing.
And have it
That's
delivered on a
imagination.
Sunday night.
Yeah.
I mean, it is pretty crazy. I mean, he has changed the game, but I would go Disney just because the creativity and just how long-lasting this will be. I mean, that's going to be iconic stuff for, as long as we're around.
But I'll be honest. I mean, UPS, they were delivering even back when I was a kid. So, I mean, there was a delivery service. You go all the way back to people on horses. They actually delivered stuff. So, I mean, some of the things he's thought of in his head.
I've never seen
pretty crazy.
So many. I mean, Amazon Prime's just not
Constant.
Yeah,
Constant.
everywhere.
I think we got 2 separate trucks that work to our neighborhood.
Oh, I think that's probably the case.
I don't think they leave. I think they're just always. I think they eat lunch in our neighborhood.
Yeah,
it's crazy. All right, that is 4 Downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Again, locally owned and operated, great guys. 5 locations, the newest in Pell City. Get a look at everything bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireAuto.com.
A lot of talk today about people leaving, right? And we'll give you a portal update and everything else. Final hour of the show coming up. But a couple of big names staying at their school. One of them is Quinshawn Junkins, One time thought probably was going to pack with Kiffin and go to Auburn. He says he's staying at Ole Miss. That's big for Junkins there. And then last night, Michael Penix Jr. announcing he's staying at Washington. Man, people are painting this as Washington's a playoff contender next year because of Michael Penix Jr.
Well, look, Kalen DeBoer did such a good job in year one, getting this team to 10 wins. And look, if you would have had the old divisions, USC would have played Washington. More than likely, USC beats Washington. They get into that college football playoff. But Penix had a great year. I don't think there's any doubt. And look, when you look at the quarterbacks coming out this year, he wasn't going to be a first-round guy, but who knows next year.
Yeah, just interesting. I don't see them as a playoff contender, but maybe I'm wrong there. All right, that's 3 hours. One more hour to go. Greystone Chiropractic, always there for you.
And it's a great gift-giving idea with Element Wellness right there under the same roof. Ladies, get your guy a cryotherapy package at Element Wellness Center in Greystone. 10 sessions, $350. That's a big savings. Gentlemen, your ladies would love a wellness infusion package. Buy 3 Myers cocktail vitamin infusions for just $397. That is a big savings. More on all of that, elementwellness.me. That is elementwellness.me. Good gift-giving idea with Element Wellness.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Insurance premiums are increasing on your home, your automobile, and your business like never before. And having just one company as an option can cost you thousands of dollars each year. I'm Tyler Watts with Tyler Watts & Associates. We're an independent insurance agency and represent over 50 companies such as Nationwide, Progressive, Allstate, Travelers, just to name a few. Finding an affordable option with A-plus rated companies is what we do for our clients. Don't be held captive to just one company. Let me and my staff help you today. Call me at 205-664-4444. That's 205-664-4444.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Fall is here and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show here. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. Rockstar Lunsford is out today. Forrester's back there. Lunsford hopefully back tomorrow. Taylor Korn is handling everything social media. Take a moment to check all your social media platforms like Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Make sure you're following us. Next Round Live everywhere. And remember on YouTube to give us the thumbs up. That helps us on all those platforms to make sure you're liking, subscribing, and following and giving us the thumbs up. This hour of the show, including our headlines, and we'll get back into the college football playoff discussion, being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, make the phone call today. See if LASIK is right for you. 969-8100, a call that I made a couple of decades ago. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. After the procedure, which only took 12 minutes for both eyes, I now have 20/15 vision, still better than 20/20. Make that phone call today. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, the best in the business. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. How about the gift of vision this holiday season? Make the phone call today, 969-8100, or online, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
By the way, Corey and Charlie and several people reacting on different platforms in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive platform to the $43 million a year, 40-year-old Justin Verlander to the Mets. Charlie making a good point. Scherzer and Verlander back together should be an interesting season.
I mean, it should be. Those two guys, I guess, really started their career in Detroit together, right? Seems like 100 years ago. They've been around the block since then, but both still really, really good, obviously.
Yeah, so we've had Joel Klatt on the show today. We've had Chris Doering. You can get those podcasted wherever you get the show podcasted. We'll get back into the college football playoff discussion here, but if you missed it, it is Georgia, a 6.5-point favorite over number 4-seeded Ohio State. Michigan, a 9.5-point favorite over number 3-seeded TCU for the playoffs. If it was the BCS, it would have been Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, and TCU. Alabama fifth there as well. For those that would like to go back to the computers, 9 straight years the BCS and the college football playoff folks have had the same 4 teams. Doesn't mean they put them in the same order every time. The committee maybe adjust them a little bit. I'm of the belief that they look at the BCS, how it plays out on their computers, and decide, okay, that looks pretty good to us. Let's go with this. Or whatever, all their criteria put together is the same criteria that the BCS formula that the SEC people came up with years ago, and they still come up with the same 4 teams.
So you think they get this information? You think they get this readout? That's what you're saying?
I do. I think they do, yes. I think the 13 people are window dressing to make all of us feel better about not just leaving it up to a computer.
When we get to a 12 team, do you want to use this system?
I am okay with it. I've said that before. I've always been an AQ guy, automatic qualifier,
right,
to where you get in there, and we're about to pull up the 12-team playoffs. Okay, we've got this for you.
Oh, I love
so
these.
Here's the 12-team playoff, how it would look, and I would be 100% okay with you play your way in, and then you would go, because here's the fascinating part, because look at the seeding now for the 4 teams that got buys because of the upsets. Look at those 4 teams. Clemson's a 3 seed, and Utah's a 4 seed because they're conference champions, and they got that bye. Now, look how crazy the playoffs look now.
Yeah, because Alabama all of a sudden gets Southern Cal, who don't forget these games will be played a couple weeks from now. I don't think there's any way Caleb Williams would be efficient in that game.
Nope. Yep.
I mean, that's one of the storylines here.
Alabama would shred that defense.
I think so. Kansas State all of a sudden in against Tennessee.
Can I personally tell you, though, I do not think, because Kansas State is a Big 12 champion, I don't think they will have to do a road game. I think being a conference champion would get them a home. Maybe not. Maybe
I
not.
don't know. I tell you, though, what you end up with is, boy, that region with TCU, Tulane, and Utah is kind of yucky, to be honest with you. One of those teams is in the Final Four, which TCU currently is.
Right. Well, you would hope TCU could play their way from 5 through Tulane and Utah to get back to Georgia. But look at the other side of the bracket.
I don't think they would, though. I wouldn't be surprised Tulane beat TCU.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Yeah, the other side of that bracket is fascinating. You're talking about just with all the names?
Yeah, I mean, just
Michigan, Alabama, Southern Cal, Ohio State, Penn State, Clemson?
Alabama, USC, Ohio State, and Penn State having to play just to get into the field of 8, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's insane, and that's what we're going to. We want one more year of what we currently have, and then that's what it would be like. And I think it took some people by surprise when they saw Utah and Clemson getting byes. They were like, wait a second, Utah, I'm looking at the rankings, and Utah's 9th. How are they getting a bye, Jim? Well, it's the top 4 rated conference champions.
Well, I'll tell you what, if I was Michigan, switch me with Utah, because Michigan would have to beat Alabama, then beat Ohio State to play for the national championship.
Yep. It's a tough road for Michigan. Again, I like Alabama's draw there if
I would go Georgia, and here would be my Final Four: Georgia, Utah, Ohio State, Alabama.
That's how you think it would come out.
I really do.
How it shakes
fun Final Four. I wouldn't mind that one at all.
Yeah, it's going to be fun when we get there in 2024. Sort of wish they could make it happen next year.
I mean that again, I'm all for a 12-team playoff, but boy, Clemson being able to lose the last game of the regular season to South Carolina for their second loss and still get the 3 seed and a first-round bye.
Well,
there's not a whole lot of penalty for regular season losses anymore.
Unless it knocks you out.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Clemson, they lost to South Carolina at home.
Yep.
And they don't even really get any sort of penalty for that.
But LSU losing to A&M cost them.
It did cost them.
Absolutely.
Of course, they still had a chance to win the conference championship and get in like Utah did.
Yeah, they could have been in.
Kansas State did. Yep.
Again, I don't know if I don't think LSU would have been playing in the championship game.
Probably not. Sure, even if we still had a championship game a year without divisions, it would have been Tennessee again, actually.
Yeah, a wounded Tennessee team without Hendon Hooker. More on Hendon Hooker and then the playoffs. After LT tells us about Precision Sports, Hendon Hooker's out. He won't be back this year. Blake Corum will not be back this year. Most people don't think Caleb Williams will be back for the bowl game either. But Precision Sports will get you back into your game.
'Tis the season to make your plans to get moving in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourages you to start out 2023 with less pain. Schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off. Make an appointment. Start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers. Tulane now a 1.5-point favorite over
So
USC.
it's flipped all the way around. It opened USC 5. Did I see it at 5?
I don't know if it was that heavy.
But it has flipped all the way to Tulane's the favorite in that game. And it'll be one of those situations. I know Auburn fans in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room and other fan bases always thinks it's the Alabama excuse, that Alabama's not going to care about the game, blah, 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 blah. But there is something to the fact that the game will mean a lot to Tulane. It's their first meaningful bowl game since 1940. They will approach this like it's the national championship. Alabama's going to have a lot of opt-outs. It will not surprise me if Jordan Addison does not play in this game and he's off to the NFL. It would not surprise me if some others do not play in this game and they're off to the NFL. USC will have some opt-outs as well, not just a Caleb Williams injury.
Yeah, I think more so it will just be Jordan Addison. If I'm looking at this big picture, I think he'll be really the only opt-out for USC. With all that said, I think it's a big game for USC, too. They want to build momentum going into next year.
They would not like to end on a 2-game
but
losing
with Miller
streak.
Moss at quarterback, it is just such a drop-off from what you had with Caleb Williams.
Back to my Hendon Hooker question. You voted in the Heisman. Was Hendon Hooker in strong consideration for you to be in one of your 3 votes? If you are not familiar with the Heisman, you vote a 1, a 2, and a 3, a first, a second, and a third on your ballot.
Yeah, he was, and probably not fair to him that he gets hurt against South Carolina, but you didn't see him, in the second half of that game. You didn't see him against Vanderbilt, so I think that did hurt. And the fact that such a bad loss there at the end of the year.
Would you have included Hendon Hooker in your 3?
I think my 3 would have been Caleb Williams, Max Duggan, and I don't know where I would have gone third. It is so hard. I mean, I would consider.
I do want to say C.J. Stroud had a really good year.
I would consider Stroud. I would consider Blake Corum, but he's the same thing as Hendon Hooker. He missed the last 2 games essentially for being injured. I would have considered Hooker.
See,
if you consider Stetson Bennett, it feels like a Lifetime Achievement Award at that point. But, I mean, Stetson Bennett, he's had a good career. You almost feel like you have to include him.
I would not include C.J. Stroud. And I know I'm judging him by expectations going in. He was the favorite going into the season. Just like Bryce Young, I think both of them are deserving to be in the conversation. But I don't think I would have had any of them on the line.
37 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. That's pretty good.
For a while, Corum was my guy to be included in that.
But let me say
I
this
don't know where I would go now.
About C.J. Stroud. His team's in the 14 playoffs.
Yeah.
They are.
And he is a huge part of that.
Yeah. Interesting, the Heisman ballots are now closed. You had until what, today?
Today, yeah.
Yeah, so most of those ballots are already sent in.
Major technical difficulties on that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. First time ever.
For you or everyone?
Oh, I think it was just for me because the website address was switched.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
You sure you got your vote in on time?
I got it, yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Did you yell and slam the computer?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I did not.
That's good.
Is there a chance you voted on Heisman and
On American Idol.
yeah?
Justin Guarini.
Did you vote on something on a Middle Eastern website by accident?
I got my confirmation and everything. For the record, Brown, I don't think I've had a meltdown in 2022.
That's good.
Yeah.
Hey, we're almost at the end of 2022, Lance.
So I still have time.
Like a meltdown, like screaming and throwing things?
Yeah.
Ain't no anger all the way through 2022.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm a changed man. Now, let me take that back. Rams games were a little bit different. Not this year, but the run to the Super Bowl last year.
That doesn't count. If you're cheering for your team, you can be
whatever
you want.
I do things during like yesterday's Dolphins game that I'm embarrassed by, and nobody even sees me, but I'm embarrassed that I act that way out of anger at a referee or at a Dolphins or at a Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, again, a good reason not to watch in person.
Before we get back to the football conversation,
or in public, I should say.
Fred McGriff, former Brave and other teams, but former Brave, is in the Hall of Fame, voted on by the non-baseball writers. What is it, a contemporary committee or something like that? 16 people. Fred McGriff got all 16 votes, but more eye-opening was that no Bonds, no Clemens, no Kurt Schilling. Schilling actually took his name off the ballot back in the day from the baseball writers and says, I'll wait until some former players to that era, that part of the voting to get me into the Hall of Fame. He was close with like 70% of the votes back with the baseball writers. Of the players, he was in the 40s. So he's not getting in.
Yeah, he's not getting in.
Yeah.
No.
And most people are painting it for Bonds and Clemens and Schilling as a lifetime sentence now.
Yeah.
That they are not going to get in.
Which, to me, the Hall of Fame is a complete joke now. I think McGriff was deserving.
All due respect to Fred McGriff, if he's going in and Bonds and Clemens and Schilling are not, what are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, it's just stupid. And before analytics were a thing, you look at this – WAR statistic, win above replacement. I mean, it's not even close. Barry Bonds, the best in the history of the game. And for him not to get in, I don't understand it. Roger Clemens is the best pitcher I ever saw start a career and end a career.
He's one of my favorite pitchers of all time. This is one of my favorite baseball players of all time.
Look, man, McGriff hit 30 or more homers in a season for 5 different franchises. He won a World Series. I mean, he, 19 years, had a great career. Almost 500 home runs, but again, when you have some of these other guys that aren't in and he is, it makes no sense.
All right, college football playoff reaction. If you said Alabama fans yesterday, their reaction what was their reaction?
Well, I think some Alabama fans probably got sucked into thinking they would get in over TCU because of the TCU loss. I think and we addressed this earlier in the show, most people think, well, if number 3 loses, they're going to drop. And they didn't move at all. And we kind of explained why you have to have a different perspective when it comes to this college football playoff ranking. It doesn't work just like the polls do. So I think a lot of Alabama fans had talked themselves into thinking that it's obvious that TCU's resume is not as good as Alabama's. This is what they believe. I'm not saying this is true. It's obvious their resume is not as good as Alabama, so all it's going to require is one loss. I think that was obviously flawed thinking going into it. So I think most Alabama fans, and I don't know, it's hard to say this, but I think most Alabama fans probably realized we were our own worst enemy. We really can't complain. I think we're better than Ohio State, but the committee's already told us they put Ohio State in front of us.
Well, if you go back and just look at all the penalties, all the mistakes, all the drop passes, just so many missed opportunities for this Alabama team.
Yeah, I mean, they were literally their own worst enemy. They could have easily beaten Tennessee or LSU. And again, that only makes you play Georgia Saturday night, but I think even if Georgia had beat you in a tight game, you might still be in as a 2-loss team with that resume. But Alabama ultimately was their own worst enemy. You can blame the refs all you want for the Tennessee game if you want to go back to that. That's fine. You still had a chance to win that game. You had a field goal that could have won it. You had a pass to
Brew McCoy.
No. A pass to Jahmyr Gibbs that could have shortened the field goal to win it at the horn. Tennessee doesn't even touch the ball again. You know, you go to the LSU game and say any number of mistakes you made in that game that were not penalties, they were just mistakes. All those things, you just can't overcome that much.
Yeah, I bet Alabama fans after, USC, I'm sure they were all cheering at the top of their lungs. And then when Kansas State was up 21-10, you started to get that feeling that, oh, we've got a legitimate shot now. And then looking back on this, Kansas State melts down but still wins. And I would say Alabama fans probably would like to go back and have USC win that game where there wasn't false hope, because I think there were some Alabama fans that really tuned in yesterday saying, we've been in this situation before. Our brand's going to get us in.
I think when it was 21-10, that was the first time I thought, well, if this runs off the rails here, this easily could be Ohio State and Alabama.
When it's 21-10 and they're punting to K-State, I'm with you. That's the first time I thought Alabama might be alive here. And then I'm telling you, man, the minute he muffed that punt, I was like, yep, Alabama was alive for maybe 10 seconds in my head.
I texted it to you too. That muff punt, wow. All right, here we go. Nick Saban reacting to missing the playoffs and now having to rally the troops. He's meeting with players today. We could get very quick word on whether or not Bryce Young and Will Anderson and Henry To'oTo'o and others will be part of this Sugar Bowl preparation. Here's Nick.
Well, obviously there's going to be some disappointment that we didn't get in the playoffs, but, we sort of, had a season that was a little bit up and down for us. We finished strong. Hopefully we can do a great job of embracing the challenge that we have playing in a classic to me when you're talking about the Sugar Bowl and how exciting it is to be a part of it, and that our players will embrace that and want to go do a great job of sort of having the opportunity to prove, who they are as a team.
I'll tell you what I want. I want him to do exactly that. I want him to play the guys who embrace it and want to play. You know what I mean?
So
if you are not in,
right,
go ahead and opt out. Totally understand. It's a business decision. But I want these 15 practices to be back to the beginning and no depth chart. I want to go and put 22 on the field that want to play in this game at 11 o'clock in the morning. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I tell you again, I think Alabama, sounds so strange, they stand a better chance to win this game with Jalen Milroe. Look, you guys saw those Kansas State linebackers. Come on, man.
I disagree, though. We're talking about –
please, Lance, that Kansas State team.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is you're talking about they've got a better chance to win with Milroe than the best quarterback in the history of Alabama football.
Because here's why. Let me explain this. Milroe forces Bill O'Brien into more of a run game. It takes those receivers, one of which, by the way, is in the portal today, Trayshawn Holden. Takes those receivers that have been the bane of Alabama fans' existence this year. Maybe the biggest reason Alabama's not in the playoff. Takes them out of the equation now. They're blockers, all right? You're forced into more of a run game where I think Alabama can control the game better against Kansas State rather than Bryce Young out there, one of two things. Maybe it's just 2%, but in the back of his head, worried about what if this is the hit? What if this is the hit? What if this is the hit? And Bryce Young out there having to play hero ball because they don't run as much with him out there, and his receivers don't help him any.
Yeah, I disagree, though, because they haven't seen anything close to Bryce Young. They watch Adrian Martinez. They go against him in practice, so they know how to defend that mobile quarterback, whether they can or not when it comes game time against Alabama. I don't know, but they haven't seen anything like Bryce Young.
I'll be happy to see a little Ty Simpson, too, down the stretch here. See what you have in him in these 15 practices coming up. UAB starts their practice today. Part of the show being brought to you by the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to call school, Montevallo is perfect for that. Schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu. We're talking about a place that if you got a son or daughter that plays high school sports, they can continue that athletic career at Montevallo. 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. You also have small class sizes. It helps them academically. All the fun of college with sorority and fraternity life as well, and a lot more. Find out more. Schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. When we come back, we'll talk more of the playoffs coming up. You'll hear still from Sonny Dykes, who got TCU into the playoffs in his first year. Is Sonny ruining it for everybody else? We'll talk about that as we continue on. Plus, our stock report still to come on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. College football playoff discussion on the final half hour of the show, but we're about to get to our stock report. Looking forward to that. It doesn't have to be college football. We'll do a little NFL, basketball, whatever you want to do. But obviously college football is top of mind today. 12-team playoff one more time. Forrester, if you can show me that 12-team playoff. Everyone's talking about the excitement of this 12-team playoff, and they're asking, why can we not start this next year? Brown, can you give it has to do some with contracts. It has to do some with television partners, but it also has to do a little bit with the bowls and a little bit with venues, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've already got it. You've already got it planned out. The bowls, you've contracted certain dates to get the TV partners lined up, things like that. I just think they needed more time. I also think part of it, Jim, is I would imagine, it's just a guess of mine, but I would imagine behind the scenes, Greg Sankey and Kevin Warren are assuring the College Football Playoff Committee they can have their conferences whole by the time this thing starts.
Which is 2024.
Yeah.
Which means
that'd be my guess. I don't know that factually.
Some movement of USC and UCLA, which I think is expected to join in 2024, and maybe something coming on Oklahoma and Texas to the SEC, hopefully by 2024 as well. All right, part of the show, as I said, being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag is where you go and use promo code NEXTROUND. You get a deposit $500 or more. You can claim a bonus of up to $200 when you go to MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag. They've got the NFL, the college games, big cash prizes, and weekly blackjack tournaments. You can experience sports in a whole new light with MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND to find out how you can claim that bonus of up to $200 at MyBookie.ag.
Developing news, Matt Zenitz and others reporting now, Auburn quarterback Zach Calzada has entered the transfer portal.
You were being kind by calling it an Auburn quarterback.
Yeah, never saw the field.
Never took a snap. Thought the guy would start.
Zach Calzada, quarterback without a country, has entered the transfer portal there. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of suitor he has going.
Well, the thing I would say is, look, Robbie Ashford, a tremendous athlete, but if we saw Robbie Ashford try to throw the football, and if Calzada could not get on the field at all, I just don't know where his stock is right now.
I mean, he will, at this point, one day he'll finish football, and his only claim to fame is that one night against Alabama. I mean, that's it.
It's a pretty nice story to tell the kids, though.
That's a good story for the kids, but I mean, that's your career right now, is that one night against Alabama.
Now do Steven Garcia.
Yeah, that's one day against Alabama.
For the most part, now do Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, he won the Heisman. Come on,
Steven Garcia had one of the more infamous punishments ever.
What was that?
When they were playing the bowl game in Atlanta, and he had a couple of chicks in his room, and Spurrier caught him, and so he made him run on the treadmill. He was all hungover.
Run on the treadmill.
Made him run it off. He confirmed the story when we had him on.
He did. I'd forgotten about that.
Rockstar, 2 women in your hotel room running on the treadmill.
What if they're going to the Army?
Yeah.
And they got 2 friends.
They only had a shot at 4.
That was the most Jimmy Bammer moment of all time, throwing Manziel in that category. That dude won the Heisman.
He only won the Heisman because he beat Alabama.
Whatever.
First round pick in the NFL.
First round draft pick in the NFL.
He only won the Heisman because he beat Alabama. Josh says, I don't want to wish my life away, but could we just do a time jump to 2024 for next football season, like some of the plots for TV shows and series? I understand, man. Let's do the Baumhower Spotlight, Rocky. Hit that thing.
The Baumhower Spotlight.
Stock up, stock down. College football's stock report.
Hey, and again, our friend Bob Baumhower, the first to deliver the delicious taste of wings to Alabama back in 1981. Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors here in state. Get in, help celebrate lunch or dinner. Baumhower's Victory Grill.
All right, I'll start us off here. Stock up, you can't. I mean, Jim Harbaugh, he just looks totally different now as a coach, right? Jim Harbaugh is my stock up. It goes without saying on Harbaugh. My stock down is the 14 playoffs because of the reaction we're getting. The 12 team looks so good. You guys are better at maybe drawing comparisons on what it's like in real life. But this is like I just bought this, but all of a sudden maybe I got an iPhone 13 and now the iPhone 14 is coming out.
I got it. It was somebody, and you might have. I don't think you did this. I know only one person that I'm certain did. You bet on 3D TV.
Oh, I didn't, but
that 14 playoff is 3D TV. Everybody was like, "Hey, it's the greatest thing ever, 3D TV."
Well,
now you got it, and you're like, "I'm not even going to have 3D TV in 2 years. I'm going to have a 14."
Well, I don't think there's a channel left.
I don't think there is. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we were in Pasadena for the 2010 National Championship 2009 season. Was it that game or was it Auburn, Florida State?
It was one of the two where
they
members
had
of the media,
yeah,
you could go down in this tent during the game and watch the game in 3D. And I didn't do it. I was like, well, I'm literally at the game. It literally is. It's in 3D for me. I'm there. I don't need to watch it on your 3D TV.
Yeah, but we told the story. Me and Rocky watched Colorado USC in 3D.
Yeah, only the
scoreboard, the cheerleaders.
With 3D, like nothing about it. Like you get to wear cool glasses too, so that's cool with your friends.
It was kind of weird looking around the room and everybody's got glasses.
You know, I think I still have them in a box in the garage. For some reason, I did not throw away. With one of my TVs did come 3D glasses.
Yeah, just in case.
Yeah.
Just in case you ever need it.
Yeah, so that's mine right there. Everybody wants a 12-team playoff already.
Yeah.
My stock up's going to be the Cincinnati Bengals. They've won 6 of the last 7. Stock down's going to be the Niners again with Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback. They're 42-19. With any other quarterback under Kyle Shanahan, they're 9-29. And now they've got number 262, which is Mr. Irrelevant, Brock Purdy, starting. Defenses will be ready for him. Unfortunately for the 49ers, if you're a 49ers fan, you've been waiting since 1995 to win a championship. You're going to have to wait a little bit longer.
A little bit longer.
1994.
It's like we're doing sports talk in Cincinnati, very Cincinnati-centric. I went with the Bengals for my stock up as well, and the Cincinnati Bearcats for my stock down. You're freaking hiring Scott Satterfield? Do you know you're going to the Big 12? Do you know you were just in the playoff last year and you're going to hire Scott Satterfield?
It was almost when they like when they hired Tommy Tuberville. You remember how underwhelming that hire was for Cincinnati?
Scott Satterfield.
Satterfield is to Cincinnati from Louisville. He says moments ago he will not coach either team in the bowl game. Louisville and Cincinnati, ironically, not too far apart. I think about an hour and 15 minutes apart on a drive time from Louisville to Cincinnati. I don't think he's not going to work on either side in that bowl game.
Yeah, by the way, they're on the same sideline because it's in Fenway Park, and they share a sideline there. So literally he could go from one to the other.
Forster has this is the setup.
All-time coach.
Yeah.
Here's the setup at Fenway Park, by the way, for the Fenway Bowl coming up Saturday, December 17th, 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central at Fenway Park.
By the way, plenty of good football stadiums out there. While we're playing games in baseball stadiums, I'll never figure out.
You owe me $1, Forster.
Oh, did you tell him Brown was going to say that?
I said, if you just show that graphic, Brown will tell you. That's why we shouldn't play in a baseball stadium. A lot of great football stadiums.
Look, I mean, you're running in the walls. They can't even have the sidelines. I mean, it's dumb.
I don't mind it one time just for the novelty.
I mean, it's a bowl game. It's an exhibition, so I'm not going to get all worked up about it, but it is stupid. But do you think – I was going to ask you, do you think – what?
That's a free spin of the wheel for me back there.
I'll give you $1.
Yeah.
Do you think Cincinnati's excited about being in the Fenway Bowl?
After last year being in the playoffs, even Cincinnati's going to be they're going to have Alabama in the Sugar Bowl mentality.
God, we got to go to the Fenway Bowl. Are you kidding me? So what do? They hire the coach they're playing against.
No, I still think
who also is in that same game. I mean, like, it doesn't even make any sense.
It would be cool to say we were in a college football playoff if you played in this era. I got to play at Fenway Park, which is really cool.
Baseball, you played for the Paul Tuckett.
Tell me at least.
By the way, Boston's a great American town.
Oh, it's a great American town,
especially in December when that game's going to be played.
It's
freezing.
Please tell me at some point one of their outings. You know how you have chicken wing eating or bowling or whatever you do on these bowl trips, please tell me one of them is home run derby with the Green Monster, that you get to go out and have a home run derby.
I don't think you would see a lot in that cold, but
well, maybe you stand at third base and try to jack him over the wall or something.
Some would tell you Zach Calzada's transferring because of an idea like that, Jim.
Yeah, some would tell you that trying to hit balls outside of the Jordan-Hare Stadium
might not have been a great idea.
Yeah. All right. That's our Baumhower stock report, and Brownie is down on Scott Satterfield going to Cincinnati.
Terrible hire.
Never be down on Baumhower's.
No, Baumhower, just a great celebration going on. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Also giving back with that recession concession menu. Baumhower here to save a few bucks with that menu that includes complimentary beverage. You can get the classic tailgate burger for $7.99. How about that Bam Bam chicken, only $9.99? Go easy on your wallet with Baumhower's Victory Grill recession concession menu. Stop in today for lunch or dinner. Baumhower's Victory Grill.
UAB starting their bowl practice today. By the way, UAB opened at 11, or this morning was an 11.5-point favorite against Miami. They play the first bowl game of the year, December 16th, down in the Bahamas, 10:30. It'll actually be going on during our show. We got special programming coming up that day for you to tell you about. It should be exciting. Sanford advances to the Final 8 of the FCS. Quincy Crittenden is the backup quarterback, QB2. He comes in and leads Sanford on a big overtime win over Southeast Louisiana, 48-42. Michael Hires dealing with a wrist injury there. And they now get to play North Dakota State Friday night in the Elite Eight. So Sanford on the road to Fargo Dome, North Dakota State, 6 o'clock ESPN2 coming up Friday. When we come back, more football. Stay with us. The show being brought to you by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Thank you to JohnstonRVCenter.com, one of the great sponsors that's helped us with our Saturday coverage all year long.
They have, and you can still see them I-65 exit 304 in Coleman or 334 in Decatur. You can also see them online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. We've told you about those 22s they're moving out. They got the 23s in, too. If you're just like, hey, that's great. Somebody could save on the 22s. I want a brand spanking new 23. Johnston RV could take care of that. Great way to see America. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Start your 23 with JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Interesting conversations in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room going on over there about possible assistance. I'd mentioned the name Jeremy Pruitt for a while in Alabama and Tuscaloosa, maybe in Auburn, maybe in Oxford. Moving parts, maybe as an analyst, maybe an NCAA show calls coming before any of that. You're laughing because we were just talking about Wisconsin trying to hold on to Jim Leonhard as defensive coordinator. Luke Fickell said it's his job if he wants to stay. Leonard's still deciding whether he wants to stay.
I'm laughing because it's a good line. Somebody just texted me the Anthony Richardson announcement that he's leaving Florida and going pro. And the text said, I guess the USFL needs quarterbacks too. That's a good line.
So the door is open there for a quarterback to go into Florida. Didn't they get somebody in the portal already?
I don't remember. I was looking at Connor O'Gara, our buddy from Saturday Down South. Billy Napier's first quarterback room. Emory Jones transferred to Arizona State. Carlos Del Rio Wilson transferred. Jalen Kitna now has some massive legal issues.
That's right.
Anthony Richardson played off to the draft. Max Brown redshirted, didn't play. Jack Miller broke his thumb and didn't play. So the quarterback room was a lot of turbulence.
I would assume that they're going to have, they're going to have somebody coming in.
Yeah, you'd have to think.
So if I throw out Zach Calzada, Mike Wright, who's new today, Hudson Card, Brennan Armstrong, Nick Evers, Drew Pine, Graham Mertz, DJ Uyunglele, Haynes King, Devin Leary. You think one of those guys is Florida's quarterback?
I think there's a possibility.
Of that group, I'd go after Leary. If I could get Brennan Armstrong of 2 years ago, I'd take that in a heartbeat.
That's 1-2 for me. I think both of those guys in the right situation will be really good.
You didn't throw out my guy, though, Austin Reed from Western Kentucky.
Yeah, Austin Reed is now in the mix,
Yeah, I mean, if Austin Reed, I'm just telling you, and I know I am doing what I shouldn't do, is look at stats and then watch him play a half of football against Auburn. And he was worse in the second half. I'm basing this on one half against Auburn. That guy can spin it, and I think he could be a good quarterback somewhere.
Yeah, really interesting. What really is good is Lance's lock every day. Gives you a free one here on the show. He'll send it out later on at the Lance Taylor. I'll go ahead and tell you he's taking the Saints and the points tonight. That's my gut on what he's going to take tonight. He doesn't buy into what the old man is doing in Tampa. Good weather tonight, 70 degrees at kick. Tampa, last I checked, the 3-point favorite. You can get the lock when he sends it out a little bit later on from our friends at Hemp Hill. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill.
10-1 in football Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this weekend.
That's good.
Yeah, and if you go back almost a 6-month sample size, we've had one losing week in almost 6 months.
Wow.
22 of the last 23 non-losing weeks.
Hemp Hill brings you that lock every day right here on the show. Oh, by the way, biggest win I've ever had on DraftKings over the weekend, $200.
Did you get that home? You were texting the group text.
You know how I got him home?
How?
Who's the good running back from Michigan?
Donovan
Wheatley. Yeah, Donovan who?
Edwards.
All right, he's the one everybody had. He's the one everybody had that was chasing me down, right?
Right.
My players were done, and everybody's trying to take 200. I was going to go down to 150, 100, 80, 60, 50, and at that point, when you got 200, if you end up with 50 or 40,
yeah, it's such a loss. Yeah, even though I only put $2 in.
I put 5 in, but still feels horrible. And the only reason I win it is on second down. Edwards went out of bounds like the 2 or the 3 yard line, and they put the other running back in, and he ran it into the line once or twice, and then Edwards is checking back in, and the coach does this.
Pulls him back.
Grabs him, pulls him back, and says, no, let's let him get a touchdown. I could read his lips like, you've scored enough. This game's over with. Let's let him score a touchdown. They let him run in the touchdown, or I would have lost. I'd have dropped.
Do you know anybody, and I've had one big win like that too, do you know anybody that's ever cashed out of DraftKings?
No. Instantly, I thought to myself, well, I'm not going to have to add money the rest of football season.
That's all it'll be for you because, when you wager with, my bookie or whoever, if you win, you're going to get your money.
Right.
But in DraftKings,
there was
nobody.
I don't even know the policy on how if I wanted to cash my $212 I have right there. My DraftKings account works a lot like my checking account used to in college. Like it hovers around, and I'll hit play on one of our games that we're doing up here, and I'm like,
I got to deposit more.
Insufficient funds. Yeah. I've got to deposit more.
Blake is right in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat. The easiest way to win money is the flash draft on DraftKings. It's fun too. It's just quarter draft.
Yeah, I like those.
Yeah, my sister-in-law plays them all the time. That's the first time I've ever seen this from Greg. I've never heard anybody mention this. That's interesting though.
So he says in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, I'd love to see D'Amico Ryans at Alabama. Could the timing work for him to possibly be ready to take the Tide coach in a few years? I think he's going to be an NFL coach potentially in this cycle. So one of two things is going to happen. You're either going to get him as a failed NFL head coach, or he's going to be so successful as an NFL head coach, why would he take the Alabama job? I mean, you see what I'm saying? Once he gets that NFL head coaching job, that's your two options there.
Let me ask you this,
he's either a failed NFL head coach. Is that the guy you want?
No,
but Greg and Patrick, you guys aren't calling for D'Amico to leave an NFL DC job where he's, as Brown says, is about to be a head coach and come and be DC in Tuscaloosa.
Oh, there's no way.
You're not saying that, right?
But think about this. If you were Nick Saban and Greg Byrne and you came up with a package and you brought him in as DC and he was the head coach in waiting. I know those don't work out a lot of times.
They don't do them anymore. But
I don't think that he would not have success as the defensive coordinator at Alabama.
Oh, gosh. I mean, he would be a tremendously successful defensive coordinator at Alabama.
He's maybe the best in the business.
NFL.
Yeah, best in the business right now.
That if I was an Alabama fan, that would be the most excited I've been to these other names that I hear. Your Dan Lanning and
But once he gets an NFL head coaching job, it becomes tricky because he's either going to be successful enough that why would you leave that job, or he's going to be a failed NFL head coach, which doesn't make him an awful coach. There are a lot of good coaches that have failed in the NFL because they get on the bad side of a quarterback situation.
Yeah, but we do expect him to get a head coaching job somewhere this year. We just hope it's not the Houston Texans.
Might be the Rams.
Colts.
But that is one
Colts
of the
going to be open.
That is one of the places that he's mentioned is the guy that's going to go to Houston, and that to me seems like a bad place to go.
At least you get your quarterback in this draft. You're not Arthur Smith, who gets stuck in a situation where he's got to wait to address his quarterback situation at some point.
Yeah, good point.
Well, I don't know that it's still not the job you want, though.
We come back. We put the wrap on the 4-team playoffs and everything we saw yesterday and this weekend in college football and get ready for the rest of the week. Don't forget Thursday night, game night. Bud Light game night at the Battery in Homewood, 5 to 7. Make plans to come join us. Bud Light game night, the Battery in Homewood. And then Friday, we're at the Floribama live down on the coast. If you watch or listen to us down on the Gulf Coast, 9 to 1 Central, we'll be at the Floribama, and the doors will be open. You can come in and watch and hang out with us, have a bushwhacker, and enjoy a Friday as we get ready for Army-Navy game. Back on Saturday to watch the Army-Navy game with all the great veterans in the area. The Floribama opens their door for the local veterans to watch Army-Navy on all the TVs there next Saturday. We'll be there with special programming all week long right here on the Next Round.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent. It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality service and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Boy, Texas A&M portals keeps heating up. Eli Stowers is a 4-star redshirt quarterback from Denton, Texas. He's in the portal now. We told you about a bunch of other people. L.J. Johnson, who's a running back, 4-star guy from A&M. He's in the portal now. It'll be interesting to see where A&M ends up portal-wise with all this. Alabama had 9 when the show started. There's portal trackers out there. This is National Portal Day, so it's going to be really crazy throughout. Redmont Vodka brings us our final thoughts today, brought to you by our friends at Redmont Distilling. I will go ahead and tell you this week's Drinks with Dunaway will involve a little Redmont vodka.
You know what today's drink is? Remember, they're doing 25 days of cocktails. It's the son of a nutcracker.
Oh, wow. You son of a nutcracker.
Yeah, and this is going to be at the Salt Factory Pub in Huntsville. So all of our Huntsville listeners, head over to the Salt Factory Pub. Order a son of a nutcracker, which is 1.5 ounces of the Redmont vodka, 1 ounce of the Frangelico, 5 ounces of the chocolate Godiva, and half an ounce of simple syrup. So there you go. Locally owned and operated Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. 8 times distilled. Available at your local package and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle. Ask for it by name. But remember, the 25 days of cocktails today. Son of a nutcracker. I'd like to try one of those.
I would too. You want me to do that as Drinks with Dunaway this week?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that.
We were going to do there's the ingredients.
We were going to do Tipsy Reindeer, but we'll do that then.
Okay.
All right. It'll be great. All right. Final thoughts.
Can I do my best of the weekend as a final?
Yeah, absolutely.
You guys something? So I took my family to the UAB basketball game, and I can't recommend. Andy plays such an entertaining style of basketball. And
now, will you be honest with me before you finish your thought?
Absolutely.
Your daughter's going to South Alabama. Were you guys in USA gear or UAB gear?
No, not at all. I told my daughter, you're wearing green because, first of all, her best friend, my daughter's best friend, is part of the Golden Girls, the Blazers dance team. So that's one reason we were going.
They're fantastic.
They're terrific, and she's a really good dancer. So my oldest, Anna Kate, wanted to see that. But it was just, honestly, I knew the Dolphins had the late kick, so we could go down right after church. I wanted to see Andy, Philip Pearson, our buddy, and Jelly Walker, who we're doing an NIL deal with. But the cool thing was my youngest daughter, Hallie, just played her first upward basketball game. Like, she came home from school one day and said, I want to play basketball. I asked her, I said, do you guys play a PE? She's like, no, not really. Sometimes she goes down to the cul-de-sac and plays with the boys, plays a game with the boys, but she's 8 years old. She's actually far more skilled than you would imagine. So she's kind of fallen in love with basketball to a certain extent. So we go to the game. She's not really paying a ton of attention. By the second half, she's like, Dad, my favorite basketball player of all time is Jelly Walker.
Yes, of all time.
And I leaned down and I told my wife and my oldest, I was like, Hallie says her favorite player of all time might be Jelly Walker. She goes, not might be, is Jelly Walker.
Yeah.
She's all about Jelly Walker now. So that's really cool, man. And man, that is such a fun venue. Andy plays such a fun style of basketball. If you get a chance, go see him.
Yeah, they get West Virginia, their toughest pre-conference road game Saturday as well. So Saturday you got UAB at West Virginia. You've got Auburn in Atlanta against Memphis, and Alabama playing number 1 Houston in Houston. 3 really good basketball games right there locally. Fun show today. Thank you for being a part of it. And we'll start doing all the other stuff that we do in the off season tomorrow. Now that it's officially, well, I mean, it's still bowl season, but you know what I'm saying, right? There's no national championship trip in our future. I alerted our credit card company. There'll be some odd charges December 26th through January 1st on my credit card from a place called Birmingham. No road trip from us this year. It's weird.
Is this first time in how long? Well, 2020 we didn't do it.
Well, 2020, 2019. But you know what I mean.
Feels like more.
Don't let the story get in the way of a bad joke. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America, Rocky.